Yo, what up? What's up, Iowax? What, Dada? You want some food? What? Okay, baby. Love you. Love you, Jen. Wait. You want some food? You want some food, John John? I'll get you some food, John John. You want some food, John John?
I try to make a happy song, but I can't. Probably because I'm not happy, I'm ecstatic. Only static on the TV, never set up my TV, too busy. Try to make a happy song, but I can't. Probably cause I'm not happy, I'm ecstatic, going static on the TV, never set up my TV, too busy. I try to make a happy song. You think I give two shits if you dip out? Because I wash your potty mouth, kid's mouth out with soap. If you let it off kids mode, I got a sick flow, bacterial, venereal infected. She's a scene from Walking Dead, all this heroin and meth. To him, she's a flashlight, crack pipe, ass flat, Midwest finest. Even with the kids, it gets violent, schizophrenic, taking off the medicine. I was right and you were wrong. I just thought I'd play along and pretend I was taking them until I could escape again. Fuck a COVID mask, you cannot control me like you control the masses. Fuck Biden, Trump, and Bernie Sanders.
You got 96 views on this short already?
I try to make it happen.
It's funny how shorts sometimes like do better than other shit. Like they're promoting shorts or something. I wonder if there's any fucking UFO live shows or like some fucking French UFO live shows. There has to be some fucking country where they're doing live shows and shit, UFO.
Turn off.
What, John? Baby, are you okay? Are you doing okay, baby? God help John, please. God help John be healthy and happy. Amen. It's my boy. I love you, my little boy. My little cat man. My little kitty. Love you so much, John. I love you, John. My little boy. Did you, my little baby? Did you, my little baby? Hello. Hello, Mr. Kitty. That's my boy. What can I look up to find this shit? Like, I don't even know. Damn, I wish I had some cool cars like that. Damn, that shit looks crazy. What the fuck is that?
Where does that come out of? Came out of here.
What the fuck? Holy shit, dude, it looks like an alien.
Where does that come out of? Came out of here.
What is that thing?
Where does that come out of? Came out of here.
That thing is weird, dude. I miss my Italian girlfriend, dude. The fuck happened? I can't believe that she just fucking ghosted me like that. It's just crazy. What, John John? You wanna go? I don't know why I have to get unlucky. Get fucking unlucky with a girl like that. Sucks. surprised she just left. She just like fucking. She fucking stopped talking to me. For no reason. Like, she said she was going on vacation with her mom for a couple weeks to New York, and then she fucking never texted me or called me after that. And she went and worked 2 jobs. She's like working 2 jobs and shit. I don't know what happened. Whatever.
I don't know if I understand that one.
Well, might as well fucking watch something.
We're ready to get.
Man, this sucks. This sucks. Try to be successful. Alright, let's put on the music again. I'm gonna go over to my account. Oh man. Oh god. I feel like crap, dude. I feel like shit all the time. Fuck.
Men who are dressed up in women's clothing, you are not allowed to be in women's bathrooms or women's sports.
Right.
It's transphobic to say, to reject men to go that dressed up in women's clothing to go into women's sport, and you know what I mean? Like,
I do.
Like,
I catch your drift, man. I definitely do.
What's your thoughts on that? What's happening in
What's
Australia?
my thoughts on that, man? I'm not Australian. I'm American. That's not really my government or my concern. Most of my audience is North American. Like, that's more of where I draw my, my nearness to. But then again, I really don't give a shit what people do. I mean, it's gonna happen regardless. And,
this is
pushback, but right, yeah, it's nonsense, man. It's just more left divide conquer. I'm more concerned about people that are in the know. You know what I'm saying?
She is from Britain. You know what's happening in England. Kelly Jane King is from England, and she went to Australia and spoke about the issues. I find it interesting that a British feminist woman spoke up about issues that are going on in Australia.
For sure, for sure.
And
I definitely do, man.
I don't know whether you've heard of her. I think
No.
she might I think she might come to America. I don't know, but she's doing this tour throughout the Commonwealth. Now,
So what's your stance? What's your argument regarding this? Like, I get your summary of this, but what's the point of bringing it up?
the point of bringing it up because the guy further back was speaking about the whole training type of stuff. You know what I mean? And or they just.
You're now listening to A-Rod music.
Fucking boring.
Take baby just a run play.
Radio. Music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
It's been so many years that you've been gone. I doing right, but they say that I doing wrong. Pull up in that vet, they like, nephew, you dead wrong. Got your hand out, type of shit.
Nuke Radio.
Friends on my face like usual. She like, nephew, I ain't asked for shit, how I'm using you. Got up off the drink, stomach feeling unusual. Don't tell me that you trapped, nigga, that's what you supposed to do.
What the fuck?
Hey, yo, hold up. These motherfuckers do not know who they fucking with, me. I gotta tell them who it is. RS Gang, DJ Smokey, Bamboo,
It's been so many years that you've been gone. I doing right, but they say that I doing wrong. Pull up in that vet, they like, nephew, you dead wrong. Got your hand out, type of shit is holy shit. Friends on my face like usual. She like, nephew, I ain't asked for shit, how I'm using you. Got up off the drink, stomach feeling unusual. Don't tell me that you trapped, nigga, that's what you supposed to do. Bones got the smell in here, sit lock everywhere. I get caught, girl, I'm gone for about 20 February. Where's my skull at? You know what I'm back on. Don't look through my phone, girl, you know that I trap on it. I take that wall, put my back on it. Marble table in the room, cutting up glass on it. I'm trying to fuck, she like, nephew, moving too fast for me. I'm always on the road, girl, you know I like fast money. I did what I did, why they still speaking bad on me? I gave out deals, why they try to take it back from me? You try to play nothing, see you think I ain't on point? I pull up and make, they like, nephew, you on point? Yeah, I'ma blow it, we ain't promised to tomorrow. I told my daughter that you know that daddy got her. I told that broke ass nigga I ain't your father. I told that broke ass bitch that I ain't got it. Been a block drunk, dealing with my problems. It's been a long time, I gotta call my mama. He fighting pain, that nigga dealing with his karma. He got bowls in his bitch like he a farmer. Them niggas still there, he got around it. That nigga 10 totals, his shit grounded. That work, A1, they like how you found it. They think I own what? Listen how they sounded. He ain't stand in line, he ain't want no fair. Being in some Henny, that right there my health care. Bitch don't like my vibe, take your ass elsewhere. I doing right, but they say that I doing wrong. Got your hand out, the type of shit is you on?
You know what happens after a nuke smoke.
Why you always on the road? That's what I do. Why you drinking, driving, that's what I do.
Nuke Radio.
Why you always on the road? That's what I do. Why you drinking, driving, that's what I do.
that's right.
Why you always on the road? That's what I do. Why you drinking, driving, that's what I do.
It's the one and only
Why you fucking with them hoes? That's what I do. I'm worried about my money, worried about.
Hey, yo, hold up. Bring that shit back. This that real crocky shit. This that real money rag shit. Heard? We on the block here to free Max B.
Yo, DJ Smokey, what the fuck are you doing? Why is Pretty Luke still doing alcoholic mistakes?
Why you always on the road? That's what I do. ain't worried about crew. I'm speeding in the slow lane, they can't fuck with me. Crack the bottle, break the weed up, and roll the dust for me. Auntie like Neff, you know that they can't fuck with you. They wasn't in the trip, they wasn't getting cussed with you. I fucked that bitch so damn good, she want me to stay the night. These the cars slide down, I'm trying to play them right. You try to show me that you love me, better say it right. I did a bean and drunk some Henny, I ain't ate tonight. What the fuck? My mama ain't minute, so I flew it down. I ain't hit the town to see my daughter, so I flew it down. My grandma said she missed me, so I'm about to fly it down. My bitch held it down for years, so I'ma hold it down. I ain't materialistic, I just love spinning. My grandma like you can't lose, you just love winning. I took them toys and stuffed doves in it. We getting money in this trap and ain't no love in it. You see me in that dance floor, you better have drugs with you. If your brother ain't with you, then bring cuz with you. I pull up in the coupe, it ain't even no room for you. I let some empty baggies sitting in the room for you. Holy shit. My bitch like that if I cook food for you. Why you got an attitude? I ain't rude on you. I cut them other bitches off, I ain't gon' choose on you. I'm like, you know I'm way too damn smooth for you. I'm busy working, I ain't wanna ignore you. I digged it down every day, she can't spoil you. I told the plug I don't need know you. If you ain't seen the kick though, nigga, I can show you. I can show you what a kick though. I can show you what a kick go. My wrist in that fork in that pot like hungry hippos. Pulled up my Audi, got dog tent in a limo. I got 2 felonies, I can't show the extendo. They think you gon' ask for something where your friends go. I'm strapped the fuck up, that's just how that shit go. You better hit a leg, nigga, you better get a pole. Hit the out. Don't you have your hand out, you better get a glide. I'm focused on the work, bitch, I'm trying to fix the pot. That nigga still alive, you better get a bigger Glock. He got shot, God tried to call him. Almost died on the yak, God tried to call me. I was born in this shit, how they gon' fall me? I'm doing shit that dope dealing nigga taught me. Dope dealing is a sport, you ain't used to dope dealing, you might find yourself in court. You can find me with a fork, you can find me on the interstate and catch me on the porch. Yo, talk to him, man. What you need? I told my bitch that money calling, I ain't tryna leave. He ain't from the inside and he ain't tryna bleed. Money time, money time ain't free. Time ain't free. Time is money. Money ain't free. Yeah. 2023. Pull on so damn fast. Got that shit on. Put my phone on do not disturb. For the day, drop the top. Come back with that. Good year, good day. Good move. Good shoes, good eats, and good food.
Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed. Nuke Radio.
Girl ain't one of those, I don't play. Tell me what's up, let me know what you think. Niggas throw open, I need me a drink.
Nuke or now legal.
Doing high speed, but girl, you safe. Nigga looking like he tryna race. Baby, like she ain't tryna race. Roll the gun, son. Hey,
Pause
You're now listening to A-Rod music.
Studied physics at Johns Hopkins for my BA degree, and then I got a master's in business administration at the University of Chicago. I got my PhD after that at Portland State University in systems science, which was an interdisciplinary program. And my thesis dealt with a range of both astronomy and geology area, studying a new phenomenon of how the galactic center can affect the Earth through cosmic ray qualities. my interest in electrogravitics, which is Towson Brown's work, began in 1985. I was interested because the physics theory I had been working on predicted a coupling between electricity and gravitation, which is pretty much what Brown was illustrating experimentally. In particular, let's say in the standard physics theory with like general relativity, which is our current theory of gravitation, you have only one polarity to gravity. So masses can only attract, and there's no possibility for gravitational repulsion or anti-gravity. Anything that physicist comes up with that is sort of speculating outside of that framework. Physicists have proposed that there might be some coupling between electricity and gravitation at very high energies, and that's one of their reasons for building these huge particle colliders, that they're hoping to find this connection. If they just look before their eyes, the experimental evidence, there is a connection, but it's just normal laboratory voltages that you can generate. Brown had kind of a maypole that he built with two discs that he would charge the discs, and the leading edge of each disc had a wire that would emit positive ions, and the body of the disc was negatively charged. Can you see that? Does it show up well? And he would charge an initial experiment, this type that you see here. He charged it with 50,000 volts, about 50 watts of power, and this would spin around 12 miles per hour in the circuit. And then he is reported to have done a similar thing but larger on a 50-foot course, charging to 150,000 volts, and these were going several hundred miles per hour. So if you can picture about like model airplane speed, model airplanes can go several hundred miles an hour. And this was done something around 1953 in Pearl Harbor, and they demonstrated to some top brass from the military, and the subject is reported to have become classified after that. They were so impressed with the results. Some people have said, well, this is due to ion propulsion, that the ions coming off of the front of the craft somehow blow the craft and cause it to move. And there have been experiments done to show this is not the case. In fact, Brown tested his idea in a vacuum. So there was eliminating the idea of ions, and it actually worked better in a vacuum. I was interested because I could explain this with my theory, basically that the positive charges would create gravitational wells, just like our current concept of a gravitational well around a massive object, whereas electrons would do the opposite. They create gravity hills, which in effect you say a gravitational repulsion effect. And so if you look at Brown's disk, according to my theory, you get a gravity potential hill, G hill, towards the negative charge end of the craft, and G well towards positive. And so there'd be in effect a gravitational gradient created across it, which would tend to propel it forward. Well, I know that in '52 he put on a demonstration to the Office of Naval Research. It's kind of interesting that why would they end up classifying the whole project, this whole concept, a year later? There wasn't this serious approach to taking it seriously. So I believe that there are many ways to create a gravitational effect, or at least the approaches I've seen, I've heard of, are quite different. It's like various ways to skin the cat, I guess. Brown was using high voltage charge, and it appears that technology is used on the B2. It involves using a maser. In this case, this would be a different approach from what Brown is doing. This is using microwaves to create pushes on a distant surface. A very well-known technology in the area of optics. And there's a lot of literature on it in lasers, but you find nothing in the area of microwaves. And I believe the reason is that very classical because of its ability to use UFO propulsion. And the beauty of this is that the microwaves stay in the beam. They don't scatter out. So you pump up your beam, effective energy, and it's not lost. Like you're putting the energy into the tube to resonate. And so, in effect, you could create a craft that's standing on poles. They, in fact, become like solid poles between the craft and the ground. And this is how the, for example, the TR-3B, there's some talk about this using anti-gravity technology. It has 3 thrusters on the bottom. Well, this is what the thrusters would be. There have been triangular UFOs. The TR-3B is one of the triangular-shaped UFOs that we heard about. The UFOs that may be of alien origin, disc-shaped, and some of them may be some that we have created ourselves, probably use this technology. You often see 3 domes underneath. I believe these are actually microwave transmitters for the beams. I think Robert Lazar has spoken about his experience with a few of these devices at Area 51. My first exposure to the discovery that this anti-gravity research was quite a big area, not talked about very much, but that it was a major endeavor by major aerospace corporations. This came from this report, Electrogravitic Systems, which I found very revealing. This is a photocopy. The way I came about this report, I was at the Library of Congress looking under gravitation to see if there was anything closely, remotely touching on the subject of electrogravitics, which I had at that time in 1985 just become acquainted with its existence through some articles about Townsend Brown. And there was only one card in the whole catalog which came close to this, and this was about this report. And interestingly, it was missing from the stacks, and they had to do a search, computer search, to see where could there be another one. And the fellow said, this must be a very rare report. It says it's only in one other library in the whole U.S. And I said, where is that? It said, right Patterson Air Force Base. So I went ahead and ordered it through an interlibrary loan request, and I was surprised that they actually sent a copy to me. It's actually a red, this is red cardboard jacket, and it's bound to the side. And this was produced by a group called Aviation Studies International, which is kind of a think tank in London that produces intelligence reports. And they've been in existence for, they're still in existence, and this report was dated 1956. And it was basically trying to encourage the aircraft industry to develop Brown's technology, Townsend Brown's electrogravitics technology, with the idea of developing a Mach 3 fighter craft, or maybe even to commercialize it. So instead of taking jets, we will fly much faster with electrogravitics. And they did a survey of the aviation industry at that time, and they named some major aircraft companies. I have here in my book, Subquantum Kinetics, I take excerpts from this study and just name some companies. It says here Glenn Martin. It's a former company name for Martin Marietta, which is now merged as a different name. It says Glenn Martin now feels ready to say in public that they are examining the unified field theory to see what can be done, and so on. Let's see. Then further on, it says here, companies studying the implications of gravitics are said in a new statement to include Glenn Martin, Convair, Sperry Rand, Sikorsky, Bell, Lear, and Clark Electronics. Among companies who have previously evinced interest include Lockheed Douglas and Hiller. And they were calling, the people who were writing this aviation studies report were calling for a Manhattan style project to develop this, that this was going to change our whole aviation technology. Here, then later in Business Week magazine, they listed an impressive array of companies and institutions backing gravity research. It was back in the 50s. And that included Martin, Grumman, Lockheed, Sperry Rand, so on. And also Hughes Aircraft should be added to the list. I do believe that we have technology presently developed which would allow us to easily navigate the solar system with it. I wouldn't be surprised if we had bases on Mars and the Moon and were regularly going there with these kinds of craft. Let's say there was a Roswell crash, and it is said that the National Security Agency was formed to keep this all classified. Now, something like that is a very emotional experience when some of your government officials and you realize that we've had that there is extraterrestrial life and they have this advanced technology. And when you become very emotional about something, one reaction is to hide it, and then to see how can we use this for ourselves. We've got to keep one step ahead of the other countries. At that time, we had a Cold War with the Soviet Union. So this was a rationale, was to use it for military purposes. You know, you can think back. Suppose the same thing happened 100 years ago, at the time the automobile was developed. I sincerely believe we'd still be driving horse and buggies today, because there would be the fear that the automobile could change warfare. It would mean much higher speed travel, and obviously we should classify this. At that time, there wasn't the same mechanism in place we didn't have the NSA and this major programs to contain advanced technologies. We think of it as a science, as a scientific discipline. It's based on observation and it's open to change. And one thing I've learned, because I have my degree in physics from since '69, at that time I was thinking that it was that way, that it was very objective science. And as you learn more about it and about the people, about the scientists themselves, you realize how much it is a religion. It's very closed it's resistive to changing its fundamental principles, like it has relativity as one foundation, the energy conservation laws and other key foundations. For example, in the patent office, any chance of a new device coming that could help us to solve our energy crisis problem, which has it's getting its energy from someplace that the patent examiner doesn't understand where it might be coming from, he immediately thinks, oh, this is in violation of the first law of thermodynamics, which is one of these principles that physicists have set up. Not thinking, well, maybe there is a source of energy that we just haven't discovered. Right now, it doesn't necessarily fit into the physics framework. Instead of thinking that way, they immediately reject it, thinking, well, this fellow is a fraud, or he did his measurements wrong. And so it's almost like it's a very religious feeling, where the examiners have ascribed to a certain belief system, and anything that challenges that, they will deny its existence. So this was a case of a Canadian fellow that had developed a technology for producing enough power to power your house out of something about the size of a shoebox. It was a new way of wiring something up with some sort of nonlinear device. And he was very open about it and publicizing it and trying to find investors to sell the rights. And as I understand the story, his house was one day surrounded by a SWAT team, and all his stuff was confiscated, and he was arrested on the grounds that he was harboring terrorist technology. or weaponry. And he was released. If he signed something, he would not continue doing work in this area. And so now he's mowing lawns for a living. This is kind of a very lame excuse for suppressing this kind of thing. In my opinion, if they are really that frightened about these new technologies, they can always license them, just like you license radio stations, whatever. You keep tabs on it, how much power it produces, for what purpose. And I think our current crisis with energy is important enough that this is the least they can do, instead of arresting people who are trying to help the world. The way I had concluded that B2 may be using the electrogravitics technology of Townsend Brown was through an article published in Aviation Week and Space Technology, and there were some black project engineers who had disclosed to the editor of the magazine about some black project technology that they were aware of. And one of the things they said was in relation to the B2, that the B2 charges the leading edge of its wing to a high voltage, and its exhaust is charged to an opposite charge, high voltage charge. And they had given some explanations of how this would help, for example, soften the sonic boom if you charge the leading edge of the wing, which is true. In fact, it's one of the things that Brown had talked about. Also, the exhaust, they were saying how this helps cool exhaust and disguise the signature, the infrared signature of the exhaust, which is also true. They didn't go further to explain the tie-in with electrogravitics. And that's the connection that I made. I realized that this was in effect a description of Townsend Brown's patented device, which looked something like this in his patent, which was issued in 1962, his electrokinetics patent. And he was proposing a disc-shaped craft that would use what he called flame jet generators. These are jet engines that have been converted into sort of giant Van de Graaff generators. You can actually get, he was proposing that you could develop actually 15 million volts through this technique. In effect, then, the jet becomes your electrical generator. It's in effect a high voltage electric generator. And he was saying with that power, you were able to feed the positive side of the generator to the front of your craft and generate your ions, just like he was doing in those small discs that he was testing that was going hundreds of miles per hour. This is from subquantum kinetics, and it explains how a particle comes into being. Okay, the reason I'm talking about this now is that subquantum kinetics allows for the possibility of materialization and dematerialization. Now, but if you were to be able to raise this G-well, so this supercritical region, this fertile region, disappeared, this particle theoretically would dematerialize, would go back to the vacuum condition. In relation to technology of spacecraft, advanced technology, there are stories of how craft can actually dematerialize visually. And so my theory about this is that they are able to affect the gravity field of the craft and cause this. This is within the concept of subquantum kinetics. Is how I would think it would occur, is that they are able to make the craft lighter, in fact, like raise the gravity potential to make a G hill there. And the waves that form the particles would diminish, go more towards the vacuum state. There appears to be a process where the American Physical Society spokesman, Robert Park, makes fun of the new technology on his website, making sort of sarcastic comments about it, or pointing out how it breaks certain laws of physics that are their codes of what they believe is valid, and in effect creating the impression that this is a fraudulent idea, that somebody's doing something illegal to be trying to sell this idea or patent it. And in the case of black light, they had a long vendetta against the inventor of this process, who was able to get energy out of just plain water. A glass of water would produce more energy than if you had that glass filled with gasoline, which is what Mills is finding. He's finding ultraviolet light is given off during this transition, and this is how he generates the energy. He has a catalyst that's able to release this energy. Well, he has made some patents on this, and just as the one patent on this was about to issue, it had been actually announced in the Patent Gazette, and was formally going to issue in a week or two, Robert Park starts making fun of it on his website, and apparently there must have been a email campaign or contact at the patent office. It embarrassed the patent office, and they pulled the patent, which is really illegal what they did, to withdraw a patent after it had been already approved to be issued. Because according to patent law, you're only an invention is allowed to be patented if it works, and if it's something new. It can work and break the laws of physics as physicists know it, and it still has the right to be patented. Time and again, technology has driven physics theory. Physics theory tends to be restraining on technological advancement, because all you would come up with is the ideas that your theory happened to predict. Now, if that was the case, our technological advance would slow to a halt. So the system, fortunately, our patent system is set up to allow us to go beyond the laws of physics to patent things that work. Now, what the Patent Office in its current approach is, it's actually breaking the law. It's trying to make happy the physicists who are with American Physical Society, to keep them in power with their ideas, you might say, and withhold from public use good inventions that could solve our problems, like the energy crisis. And, Blacklight Power, the company that has this invention, is not taking this lightly, and they have initiated a court suit. I think very strong possibility they're going to win this case. But you see, this is not an isolated case. There's a whole pattern of this going on at the Patent Office. I personally know, because I was at the Patent Office for about a year, and I know some people there, and I know some of the things that were going on. And for example, there was somebody I know who issued a patent on a process of sending signals faster than the speed of light. This was then made fun of by Robert Park on his website. Through their connections, they had this posted somewhere as the most ridiculous patent of the year award, this sort of thing. In effect, they embarrassed the Patent Office, and shortly after this happened, this embarrassing publicity occurred, the commissioner of the Patent Office reprimanded the examiner and his supervisor, and he threatened to fire the supervisor. So in effect, trying to satisfy this lobby group, that's all you can call it, it's a lobby group, it's outside the government, that has undue influence on the Patent Office and shouldn't really be allowed to. I mean, they can say what they want, freedom of speech, but for the Patent Office to do their bidding instead of following a law, that is illegal. You could argue just on the basis of viewing physics as a religion, in a way, a belief system, that anything that challenges their belief system they're going to oppose, and they don't care if it's something that's going to help society. It's because it would make them look like fools, that, geez, they can't explain this, and maybe their theories are wrong. People are going to start wondering, why do we send our children to colleges? Why are these university professors getting funded to build huge accelerators, for what purpose? why do we spend billions of dollars on the super collider in Texas? And so there obviously must be a monetary connection here where they're trying to protect their butts for funding too. And it's self-interest, and heck with the rest of the world. Let global warming happen. If it doesn't fit into our physics box, that's too bad. In effect, these new technologies, new energy technologies, for example, are the underdog. You have to admit it. They don't fit into the paradigm that is currently taught and believed, and so they are left out of getting the funding to be developed or to get their patents, even to a point that they're breaking the law to prevent their patents from being issued. Without their patents being issued, how are investors going to invest in the company? So we need a massive education program to educate the patent office on how they should follow the law instead of breaking the law. So we see already with the oil problems and the high prices. We've heard about the melting of the Arctic, the rise in temperature, global warming effect. These are real. So we really have to start initiating this program as soon as possible. Attention, this should be a major issue of concern for Congress. The paradigm that we're in, that's been taught being taught in our universities, in physics classes, chemistry classes, it's fine in the past, and it's done well, but we're at a point where we need to go beyond that. We need technologies that don't fit in that paradigm.
Two very dramatic events occurred at MIT while the fusion story was evolving. Remember, March 23rd, 1989, the announcement. But within weeks, the hot fusion people were going into action behind closed doors to disprove it. I inadvertently was looking through some piles of paper that had been given to me in a casual manner by all these hot fusion physicists as they were trying to do their calorimetric.
That's a yellow jacket. Think the outfit got jaundice, that's a yellow jacket. Think the outfit got jaundice, that's a yellow jacket. Don't break the bracket, this a movie, we like action. Go your baby bottle sip on. Casey, you're a +1 kidney. Casey, you're a +1 experience.
Warning, new music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Casey, you're a +1 in the bloodstream. Casey, you're a +1 in the bloodstream. Casey, you're a +1 in the bloodstream. Only doing shit and things. Pop out, phantom vanishing. I go heal, no bandaging. Bitch, I wanna be like you, greedy. Yeah. All I do is laugh at them. I got this shit that ain't drop yet. Walking around like a snake kid. I'm not Jesus, won't break bread. They said Shannon go fuck up the room, so I did that. Clean lie with a pure fact. You only get that if you get that. Exotic got me like a hitchhiker. Picked up and get brought back. Ski loft, not the beach. This bell won't save you, head ass screech. Spend like 50 on a Viking feast. All blue hunted, same color base. FLA with a Chrisley. My man server dog like Christy. SCOP is an ACOG target practice. Think the outfit got jaundice, that's a yellow jacket. Think the outfit got jaundice, that's a yellow jacket. Think the outfit got jaundice, that's a yellow jacket. Go and break the bracket, this a movie, we like action. Go your baby bottle sipping. Casey, you're a +1 kidney. Casey, you're a +1 expensive.
Nuke Radio.
Extra clutch, she was made by Jim Henson. Cable guy extension, way I get her done. Really outside.
Greetings, fellow nerds. I borrowed this really cool levitating toy called a Levitron. Besides, facing.
She told me that she is so kind. She wearing all Italian shit, but she speaking Dutch. Say they do a lot right now, but they don't do enough.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government. War crimes are cool. War crimes are cool.
Luke, slash. Think that I'm doing enough.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government. War crimes are cool.
Luke, slash. We like to party with them. Slash. We like to party with you, greedy. Slash. We like to party with them. Curve like the bullet, you ain't really want it.
Alcoholic mixtapes.
Slash. We like to party with them. Curve like the bullet, you ain't really want it with them. New King's actually kinda hot.
Nukes are now legal. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government.
Slash, we like to party with them. Curve like the bullet, you ain't really want them. 6K to look like Venom. 100 mansion laddie, EVPs, 150 grams of World War III.
Nuke Radio.
I feel like a cryptic tweet. She's smoking Shannon Sweets down, resurrect in Toontown. Can't stay too long, next day I was already flew out. But the same script said somebody trying to get the flu out. Suplex City, of the drugs, I'm in Suplex City. FM with 2 big titties. Misty flipping to the money, bust a trick real quickly. Horsepower had me, caught that bitch Christy. Crystal Skull Flash, baby, go ahead, switch to indie. You a pilot, I will Vivi. Oh no, shopping, come and get me. I love shopping more than bitches. I'm so much cuter than you bitches. I'm hitting yawns on you bitches. We start my day with more. Last night was a fluke. I'm sorry, I get bored. Deer Park, water bottle full of 4x4. Spent the money off the floor, I told her do a chore.
Holy shit.
Heads deep, I just need a head more. I'm the one who can't be named, like Volder. Swedish fish, head spinning off that question mark. Telling secrets to the wind, crushing tree bark. Slash, we like to party with them. We like to party with them. We like to party with them. Curve like the bullet, you ain't really wanting with them. Jealous, man, 6K to look like Venom. 100 mansion laddie, EVPs, 150 grams of World War III.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
She don't use Instagram, she be using Shannongram. She don't use Instagram,
She be using Shannongram. She don't use Instagram. She be using
Nuke Radio.
Main event at SummerSlam. Main event for right price. I was wrong one time, now I'm getting right twice.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
I just shoved a nuke up my pussy.
She don't use Instagram, she be using Shannongram. Main event at SummerSlam, main event for right price. I was wrong one time, now I'm getting right twice. Pour a belly in, now the cup splice. Dead face is what I like, now I live the graveyard life. I just need a Nate Tombstone pile drive. I just need a Nate Tombstone pile drive. I just need a Nate Tombstone pile drive. Trip to Lake Como with 2 foreigns by my side.
Holy shit.
Could be dead, cuff a Shannon tie-dye. Fast pass, I'm cutting lines. Expensive taste, expensive wine. G11 with the X9, that X-Blade's getting in line. Everything private, next year I'm avoiding commercial airlines.
how you fuck with bootleg me? Pretty much all I see. Competition, not shit, it's just me against me.
I really like the paper, I'm just cutting down trees. Higher shit off 3+3, I'ma keep it clean. Like a Virgin Madonna, designer drugs go bleed. Kneecaps for all the guys, put ACLs on a string. When I walk by you hit clink clink. Diamonds on the lamp make the gin speak. Prada goggles cover the eyes, I just joined the swim team. Heartbeat going up. I trust myself, don't trust much. Fuck with a girl, she a sub-cup. Step in the room, don't touch stuff. I'm a real smoker, 2 pounds of the crust plum. Never felt that sophomore slum, I got fit songs.
This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government. DJ Smokey, 666, bitch.
And we should be proud of nuclear war.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Nuke Radio.
We just broke through the fourth wall. The fourth wall. The fourth wall.
Don't have to show much, but enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Hitting tempo run, hitting tempo so live with them. Smoking way too much, I think I need a third lung. Hard to trust anybody when I'm cautious with the bombs. Crimson rosy cheeks, out of face blush.
Wizard Buddy Gang. We love casting spells.
Nuke Radio. Nuke.
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
It's been so many years that you've been gone. I doing right, but they say that I doing wrong. Pull up in that vat, they like, nephew, you dead wrong. Got your hand out, type of shit. Peanut butter color LB.
Check my operations. I'll be serving hella patience. I'm a California trapper. I'll be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's. Got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows. Come and check my operations. I'm a California trapper. Sip the Henny, no Bacardi. Got the Molly in the party and the bitches getting naughty. Niggas know me in the street. Al Pacino in his heat. Val Kilmer, street sweeper. Knock a nigga off his feet. I'm a real dope runner. Check the Nikes on my feet. Bitch, I take it to the max. You don't work, then you don't eat. Bitch, I feel like Nino Brown with my niggas in a Jeep. Rolling down Sunset. All the hoes be jocking me. Chain look like sunset. Yellow diamonds look like P. When I learned the alphabet, know I had to keep a G. Know I always keep it G. And then still fuck the police. Started trapping out the Honda. Push that shit like a Caprice. Bald-headed badass bastard. Bitch, I think I'm Mr. T. Healthy boys be the squad. You don't wanna meet a team. I'm so plugged with the mob, the boss let me date his niece. And I never go to church, cause I cannot face the priest. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patience. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows, come and check my operations. I'm a street pharmacist, I be serving hella patience. I'm a California trapper, I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's, got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows. Come and check my operations. Come and check my operations. Bitch, we still selling dope. Up in Hollywood Hills, serving actress bitches coke. If I ain't got the lean, I'ma hit up Chili So. Got the deals on the pills. If you need it, here's a boat. Everything's for the go. Got it high, got it low. Couple bitches at the trap. Shake that ass on the floor. Yeah, they bad valley girls. Say they daddy doesn't know. But if he find out, I know he gon' call the po. Cause I'm a street pharmacist. I be serving hella patience. I'm a California trapper. I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's. Got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows. Come and check my operations. I'm a street pharmacist. I be serving hella patience. I'm a California trapper. I be dressing like I'm skating. Bitches know we keep the G's. Got the green like Jamaicans. Yeah, we got them elbows. Come and check my operations.
saying that he got that whip, but he don't. Sipping those herb and watch our phone. Smoking a blunt at the crib with your hoe. We be pumping it up and we zipping it slow. You need the product, you know it's a go. Hit me, I got it, it's all for the low. She sound pretty and she like the flow, bitch. I keep it so chicken, you already know. I came alone, but I left with your hoe. She on my couch and we smoking a hoe. Blunt to the face in a room full of smoke. Got my lace up my Nike and kicking his dope. My coffee table is covered in dope. Vitamin water and probably some dope. Listen to people, you think on the pope. If you fuck with me wrong and them hammers gon' blow. You fuck with me wrong and them hammers gon' bang. That's a mistake if you fuck with the gang. She give me time while I'm switching my lanes. I be shopping for shoes and I'm sipping for train. Know what I'm stuffing the switch with the stain. Already done all the shit that you say. You and your gang, you want fucking lanes. Ice on my earlobes and ice on my chain. Fuck cause you listening if I ain't cool. Fuck you and yours and fuck your whole crew. I'm in the smooth on the bus in the booth. And I know what I heard, it's only the truth. Know what I heard, but it's only the truth. I've been fucking your girl in the back of the coupe. I'm with the shit so you know that you ain't. Clothes in my car always smelling like stink. I'm getting money, bitch, I'm getting paid. Can I see you cause the catching the weight? Louis Vuitton from the back to the shades. There I got more on them new Gucci frames. I'm switching lanes, she give me brain. Forever and always I rap for the gang. Forever and always I rap for the squad. Bitch, I'm the best and I put it on God. We smoking weed and we riding them quads. We doing donuts like all through the yard. Forever and always I die for the clip. Purple the brain, forever and always. Clothes in my car always smelling like stink. I'm getting money, bitch, I'm getting paid. Can I see you cause they're catching the weight? Louis Vuitton from the back to the shades. There I got more on them new Gucci frames. I'm switching lanes, she give me brain. Forever and always I rap for the gang. Forever and always I rap for the squad. Bitch, I'm the best and I put it on God. We smoking weed and we riding them quads. We doing donuts like all through the yard. Forever and always I die for the clip. Purple the color, the shit that we sip. I'm pulling up Alizé in the VIP. Smoking a blunt, fucking your bitch. I need two, take the Sprite for the lean. Yeah, I need two blonde facts to the V. My bitches way out the white on the beam. Money might drop, fuck a sight, got a beam. Yeah, I need two, lead a Sprite for the lean. Yeah, I need two blonde facts to the V. My bitches way out the white on the beam. Money might drop, fuck a sight, got a beam.
Project Pet don't give a fuck. Project Pet don't give a fuck. Smoked out, fucking loped out, smoked 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 out.
forget it. No rules to fucking fool. It ain't cool to lose it, dude. Voodoo in the back, I ain't having none of that. When they hear my name, all the bitches go insane. Better shut your fucking mouth before the dread will take you out. Once again, in the van, get the devil through the man. I ain't scared, got no fear when I put it into gear. Freddy had some visions, mate. Freddy got them bitches, mate. Who the fuck is this motherfucker trying to play my game? Do not try, it is wise, or you're gonna fucking die. Do not cry, there's no point, I will never disappoint.
You know, young rich niggas. You know, so we ain't really never had no old money. We got a whole lot of new money though. Hey! Raindrop, drop top, smoking on cooking the hot pot. Fucking on your bitch, yeah, that. Cooking up dope in the crock pot. We came from nothing to something, nigga. I don't try nobody, they grip it. We came from nothing to something.
I think it's good. If I'd had a role model when I was younger, learning how to grow dope, things would have been a lot smoother. Because now, if some kid wants to grow dope, they can come to talk to me. Instead of growing dope 6 or 7 times through denial and error, then you're going to get it right the first time with some good dope. What flavor is that?
Cheese silent. Sam. The Jews like
Moving heads like a mannequin. Caught him at the spawn, I killed your man again. I got super troopers who will know to shoot you if you fucking up our shenanigans. I'm a black nigga who wants land again. Always pay my debt like I'm a Lannister. If you try to play me like you not gonna pay me, I'ma hang a nigga like a banister. Like porno always watch the amateurs because they new to this and I'm their manager. So if they slip and trip, I have to duck and quick, pull up and sweep that shit like I'm a janitor. You are not a bubble show in Canada. I can go forever, check my stamina. I need DN from the 7 deadly sins because you think it's fucking I can handle her. I be killing every single thing I touch and I'ma tell you niggas when I had enough. Like I'm the type to uppercut a motherfucker in the middle of it, asking what is up. I'm like Diggs, I really just don't give a fuck. I'm like 100 nigga, I just need a buck. And if you beat me, you must have a 4-leaf clover. Cause the truth is my nigga, that's all love. So I'm leading a legion of demons, was dreaming of torturing you for some reasons, for scheming and all that bullshit you believe in. Conceded you up, but now you are defeated. The process ain't over, proceed to repeat it. The death of my enemies when I've succeeded. The truth is my nigga, I really do mean it. To get what I want, that's one way to achieve it.
I have nothing in my life if I don't have you standing by my side.
I'm fresh out the flight. How do I run at my flight? How do I solve any problem? How do I pull it fatigue? I've been up getting no sleep. I'm feeling tweet. I found some peace with thoughts of retreat. But niggas don't take vacay. Let the white folk do. Only time we can escape if a nigga on the round with the AK. Chain smoke with mama now. I found my super around mama now. She blowing tree too, it's hard to breathe. Second hand smoke around mama now. Maybe the space is too cold. The neighborhood points the rules, bro. Look at the sky for the answers. God is the trick 'cause you never know. Yeah, I'm on the side of the south. Yeah, stressing got me up on 10. I need a baby to deal with her mouth. I need a reconcile she with my kid. Mama said she got some space on the floor. Granny said she got some space in the crib. I'm about to dive in the crib. I'm about to jump in the crib. Know some niggas that jump every season. And they got round with the stick. Good nigga, cause the pockets ain't peeking like a paper got a stretch. I'm fresh out the flight. How do I run at my flight? How do I solve any problem? How do I pull it fatigue? I've been up getting no sleep. I'm feeling tweet. I found some peace with thoughts of retreat. But niggas don't take vacay. Let the white folk do. Only time we can escape if a nigga on the round with the AK. Chain smoke with mama now. I found my super around mama now. She blowing tree too, it's hard to breathe. Second hand smoke around mama now. Maybe the space is too cold. The neighborhood points the rules, bro. Look at the sky for the answers. God is the trick 'cause you never know.
Young nigga smoking on that cannabis. I'm the damn truth, you can't handle this. I'm feeling kinda sad, smoke a cancer stick. These niggas think young bruh, life is glamorous. Hell no, I be thinking about that suicide. Sometimes I wanna die, I'm like fuck this life. They be like stay positive, but that's hard as fuck. Nobody understand, I take that menthol puff. Hey young bruh, this your subconscious. Stay positive, boy you gon' be rich. Go take some LSD, go fuck a bitch. Suicide won't work cause I always live. Shout out Cold Heart, we got Kush on deck. Young potheads, we gon' smoke to death. Marlboro man thoughts in my fucking chest. If I die today, know that I'm the best.
Yeah, if I die today, know that I'm the best. Smoking on this weed, I don't want no stress. I'ma keep it 100 like a Newport. I'm getting free shit that you can't afford. Hey, young bruh, stay positive. This world's so cold, cold hard, bitch. Stay getting money, but I don't want shit. Why am I alive? Do I even wanna live? Do I even wanna live? But I'ma live forever, boy.
I had him build it like the flux liner. This guy owns this patent. I had him build it like the flux liner with electrostatic charge like concrete electrostatic.
I ain't talking religion, baby, but oh my god. Louis Vuitton's on my feet, but I ain't got no job. I got hoes on me, call me Lil Tracy Minaj. Call Lil Tracy, like we finna get to this guap. Skirt down the block, baby, I can't stop. Driving fast, getting tired, watching foot.
Power supply is on board.
Baby girl, no Lil Peep and Lil Tracy, we high. Baby girl, no Lil Peep and Lil Tracy, we ride. Lil' mama told me that I'm pretty, I get that a lot. He be acting like he real, but it's just a mirage. She asked me if I wanna die, all I said was y'all. All I said was y'all. Now she all up on my dick when the music drop. Hit on more, fill my pockets up and then I shop. And I need a fast day, I can't fuck with Nas. Bitches running around the lobby, sleeping at the top. Back in the day, me and squad, we were jugging raw. Now we pull up to the mall, we look and we call. Now they treat me like a star, I act like I'm not. Wanna give me a massage in my new garage.
Can't sit here.
Take the nigga club and embassy suites and freaks. Fall night, sipping tough and smoking sweet. Fall night, sipping tough and smoking sweet. Fall night, sipping tough and smoking sweet. Take the nigga club and embassy suites and freaks. Fall night, sipping tough and smoking sweet. Fall night, sipping tough and smoking sweet. Fall night, sipping tough and smoking sweet.
Ooh, got the house. Power on time.
Scared of her weak sticks.
There will come a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When humanity will rise from the ashes of nuclear holocaust. When wizards will rule the world.
Fuck out, bro.
Hell, I already have all this stuff in the freaking playlist.
Man, what the fuck bracket, man? Y'all already know how you rock, how you rock, how you rock, how you rock.
I love you, John John. I love you so much, John John.
Et puis John Wheeler, qui effectivement dans les années 60 va donner au concept qui existe déjà le nom même de trou noir, black hole. Et donc le problème des fondements gravitationnels, comme je disais, en fait c'est tout simplement le suivant. Vous avez une masse. On va voir que dans les processus astrophysiques naturels, les masses, en tout cas les cœurs d'étoiles par exemple, à la fin de leur vie de lumière, s'effondrent sur elles-mêmes. C'est ça qu'on appelle l'effondrement gravitationnel. Ça veut dire que vous allez avoir une masse qui va devenir de plus concentrée. Donc la question qui se pose, c'est qu'est-ce qui va se passer pour le puits gravitationnel provoqué dans le tissu élastique de l'espace-temps.
There's a link between magnetism and gravity. And they can be used both to provide force and kinetic motion, and they can be used to cancel each other out or to control one another.
Concentration de matière, mais si vous mettez énormément de matière, ça peut rentrer dans un volume pas si petit que ça. Alors c'est vrai que, alors il y a une formule très simple en fait, qui s'appelle la formule de Schwarzschild, qui donne le rayon d'un trou noir en fonction de sa masse. C'est ça. Je ne vous montrerai pas de formule, hein, c'est la seule que je vous montre, c'est juste pour vous donner une idée, parce qu'en fait, c'est extrêmement ça. Vous voyez que le rayon d'un trou noir est juste proportionnel à la masse. Voilà. Si vous convertissez ça en unité astronomique, par exemple, vous prenez comme unité de masse la masse du Soleil, ms, eh bien, le rayon gravitationnel du Soleil, c'est 3 km. Ça veut dire qu'il faudrait réduire le Soleil à une sphère de 3 km de rayon pour qu'il se transforme en trou noir. Je rappelle, le vrai rayon du Soleil, c'est 700 000 km. Donc évidemment, il est très loin de l'état de trou noir. Donc effectivement, à ce stade-là, ça paraît très petit, le trou noir. Alors si on pousse même le raisonnement plus loin, on prend l'exemple de la Terre. Si vous mettez la masse de la Terre, le rayon devient 1 cm. C'est-à-dire qu'il faudrait mettre la Terre dans une petite bille d'enfant pour que ce soit un trou noir. Donc on a tendance à penser qu'un trou noir est petit. Mais comme on va le voir, on a découvert, et théoriquement on sait ici sur le papier aussi, mais surtout on les a découverts, dans l'univers des trous noirs géants, avec des masses de plusieurs millions ou plusieurs milliards de fois la masse du Soleil. Donc le rayon est proportionnel, donc vous pouvez avoir des rayons de trous noirs de plusieurs milliards ou de plusieurs...
Why did they just start music over it?
Out of. He's quoting directly from the book. I didn't say anything because Tribe was on very good terms with the channel at that time.
Education, which is code word for white male education.
Right.
And this is what they say. I'm not agreeing with this. White men believe in the scientific method and think that it is how you solve problems, and that math is absolute and black and white. It is. Math is math.
Exactly. Math doesn't have numbers that change values like genders.
This shit was stupid, bro. Can you go to Twitter Spaces on fucking computer?
Power off.
My baby John John. My baby John John. I love you. I love you, little man. Oh, man. I love you, John John. You want to be a cozy boy, John John? Cozy boy? Mr. Commando?
Take me down, but I've been in the lead. Shawty hold me down.
You're listening to Purple Posse.
fucking constantly rolling, pushing, business, blunt is smoking. The reaper take their hit straight to their head. It's a nigga, cause I'm fucking constantly rolling, pushing, business, blunt is smoking. The reaper take their hit straight to their head. It's a nigga, cause I'm fucking constantly rolling, pushing, business, blunt is smoking. The reaper take their hit straight to their head. It's a nigga, cause I'm fucking constantly rolling, pushing, business, blunt is smoking. The reaper take their hit straight to their head.
This that posse shit.
You're listening to Purple Posse.
what's up now, partner?
You're listening to Purple Posse. Purple Posse. You're listening to Purple Posse. You are now listening to Back When.
My pocket dick on you funky shady beat, 'cause you know the shit I kick. Can we keep my pocket dick on you funky shady beat, 'cause you know the shit I kick.
Purple Posse.
Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow. Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow. Hold up. Give me the guess, I'ma roll up. Shout out to baby Kubota. Preaching like I'm Jehovah. I told you. Tryna put moms in a rover. She gonna have a chauffeur. Buy me some Lulu with loafers. People that slim melatonin. I'm always sipping on soda. I fucking hit me sober. Having a strap reloaded. At my waist, but there ain't no holster. For any hating motherfucker feeling like he Cobra. Drip too hard. Need me a coaster, yeah. Shit, this atomic and Bundy got hoes missing they undies. We on the track, counting up this money. We hit the club, no it ain't sunny. Just let me be, I be getting honeys. White girl and you know her nose running. Fat ass and she got a flat tummy. Living my motel, she be walking funny. Since I been the plug, my life ain't never been the same. Bad bitch in the clutch, she tryna give me brando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow. Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow.
Yeah, my pants on the second board, why it's on my belt? Give a fuck about a bitch, give a fuck on how she felt. Bitch, I built a house with the cars that I was stuck. If you want that word, you can always hit my cell. Yeah, the bag came through, yeah, all my honey's blue. You smoking on that mill, we smoking pep and Le Pew. My bitch a 10, yeah, your bitch like a 2. I just poured a deuce inside a Mountain Dew. For the love of the money, yeah, I do anything. Rob a bitch for her wedding ring on her wedding day. Bitch, I did the race, you can call me TK. Gucci head to toe, yeah, my outfit couple K. Yo, paddy wagon handcuffs, 2 Ferragamo. And fuck Papa Do's bitch, yeah, I eat that Mambos. Bitch, we whipping billions, I don't really fuck with Lambos. Bitch, tryna kick it, well, bitch, I ain't Ronaldo.
Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow. Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow.
Trap top, hit the block, swerving out the zone. Hop scratch, lil' thot, calling up the phone. Yeah, I gotta get it like who am I kidding? I'm flooded, I got me the shit, forbidden, the key in ignition, the heat in the kitchen. I'm big body whipping, I'm tipping on Volvos. Yeah, get me away from the bozos. They don't want to swallow the ozone. Yeah, like, hey, don't be fucking with my gang. I'ma let that birdie sing. God, girl, ooh, she set me up with her fangs. Ex call me up, yeah, and I just let it rain. Man, she broke my heart a year ago, but I still pop them pills for the pain. Walk up in my house, I'm but naked in my chains. Diamonds in my mouth while I'm swinging through the rain. With the 10, 5% to be exact. And please don't fucking tell me, cause my dogs will attack. Feeling like I'm Pablo, Draco's in the top. Homie, that's all I know, make that ass clap like
Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow. Been trapping at the bando like I'm Pablo. Butterflies on the land, what's it coming, Chapo? Chopper on me like I'm Rambo, what's it with the rats, bro? Only fucking with them bad hoes if they swallow. Yes, sir.
Train, there ain't a thing they can offer me to keep me away or ever be changed. That's just the way that you got to me. I said I love you, wouldn't say nothing. I smiled like it didn't bother me. Guess I feel proud to just be around you. If we speaking with all honesty, you tryna hang, snow tryna rain. I'm on the way with a lot of drip. I got a zip, Sour Patch Kids, both Gatorades you be fucking with. Know they gon' hate, have something to say. See us together, be talking shit. Dated some lanes, stay on lane before I come swerve your ass off of it. You got me. I don't really know how to say this, but you got me. These other fools might have tried to play shit, but that's not me. Walk right out the club with me like you bought me. And even right there, I knew you got me. I don't really know how to say this, but you got me. These other fools might have tried to play shit, but that's not me. Know that I'm right here if you want me. But see the way it goes, you got me. You say let's run it, click close in 20, I say I'm coming. I was just asleep, I had the beat, got it like fuck it. Rolled up a spliff, put on a fit, I didn't live, yeah. Anytime, any place, I'm on the way, you know what it is. I know it's a lot to say them before, I was afraid I would ruin shit. You say what you wanna do when you come through. When I'm with you, babe, I'm doing it. Out of my mind, all of the time. When I'm with you, I forget all that. I spend it all on you. Won't trip it all, cause I get it back. Promise I always stay real, so please don't doubt me. Your friends saying I'm no good, know nothing about me.
Dabs, 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 c'est dabs, 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 ce mer c'est dabs, 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 dabs.
They say the talk get lonely, that's how it's supposed to be. Why you keep calling my phone saying you over me? I'ma pour this drink, the devil got a hold of me. I even went to flood my wrist so you could notice me. I know you don't love me for me, no, no. They ain't gonna play cause I got my fault. Oh, around with Lil Reed and I know it won't fall. I can't even take a seat cause I probably doze off. If I ever said I love you, I was probably off drugs. If I ever said I love you, then I must have been gone. Mama praying for me every day, can't get to my phone. I can't get to my phone, I can't get to my phone. When I'm in that lick, I don't need you. When I'm leaving the bank, I don't need you. When I'm counting the mill, I don't need you. When I'm counting it up, I don't need you. She asked me why I gotta leave. I told her it is what it is. You don't gotta lie to me. I'm doing 2 for the 3. Why you make me get it tatted on my head? You be lying and you put it on the game. Ever since you got some money, you a stranger. You said this shit was forever, but you changed. Stupid little bitch wanna run them out. I had them killers outside your house. Mama keep tripping on how I live. She know them pistols still in the couch. She know I'm the one who hold it down. Say you want smoking, I'm fine with it. Live with it, then you die with it. She say shot fiends, you tired of it. You don't think I'm tired of this shit? Every day got ride with the fifth. You couldn't walk a mile in my shoes. You don't even know where I've been. And this 40 ain't leaving my head. God the only one who see what I did. Know some niggas that was scheming to win. Soon as you broke, she leaving again. Look, I don't need you. When I'm leaving the bank, I don't need you. When I'm counting the mill, I don't need you. When I'm counting it up, I don't need you. She asked me why I gotta leave. I told her it is what it is. You don't gotta lie to me. I'm doing 2 for the 3. Why you make me get it tatted on my leg? You be lying and you put it on the gang. Ever since you got some money, you a stranger. You said this shit was forever, but you changed. said, I put that in my body. Now I'm swinging, I feel hot like I'm Bobby. Finna take over, he said, no rocket. Up in the hills and the mountains, they rocky. Fucking with me, pull up the rocket. Fucking with us, we make 'em a target. Smoking this dope, we high like the stars be. We just be smoking exotic. Let me demonstrate, I feel like Garzy. My heart be racing like cars be. I know you don't get it. I know you don't get it. Up in the foreign, you out in the Civic. Niggas be looking like children. I don't wanna flex, but I'm finna make millions. Sippin' on tech, no chameleon. Pull up on your block, all black, I'm a villain. We put some hoes on your fitting. 2016, I was down on my luck. 2019, I nigga heat up. It feel like the drug. They making me numb. I do for the love. I can't motherfucking breathe. See the gun, yeah, you see the beam. This feel like a fucking dream. Pawn walk, no, I'm never green.
Jason Rich on the beat, baby.
Posted in the cut, and I'm looking for a blockhead. Yup, in my white tee, I break a bitch back, and I keep a big cake. Oh, I think they like that. Before I leave the house, yeah, I'm slizzard on the goose, and I'm high in the plane. So a nigga really loose, and I can lean with it, and I can rock with it. And if you got a free, she gotta suck the cock with it. Hey, gonna rock with it, gonna lean with it. So damn hard, you break the spleen with it. You need a cheese with it. Smoke some green with it. In the spot, ain't crunk, bitches, we ain't in it. If you don't wanna do it, deny, make the nine, make the dance. Well, watch me make your face beat up my hand. Beat up my hand. See me hit the spot, watch it. Watch boy, I lay from the road with them fragile boys. Lean with it, rock with it, 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 lean with it. I'm too clean to wanna pop lock from left to right, a nigga lean. Vibing to the beat, check my feet. You ain't got these, I rock them feminine. Every time the beat drop, lean with it, rock with me, freeze, all your fingers pop. Purple lean, purple green, grams in my sock. The fuck you ain't seen buddy on the block. They call me Dr. Doc. I prescribe what a nigga need, make a lean and rock. Old school people pass the feet. I'm pimping in the club, so the hoes start to act up. Cause they see my chain and a nigga throwing them stacks up. I keep a full clip, and my pills stay in my pants. I'm in the middle of the floor, they screaming, nigga, do your dance. You can roll your arm, roll your ass, and put them in rotation. Rotation slide, inside and strap your finger like them temptation. Dog, I'm all out of state, doing the dance, they never seen that. I ain't fat, though, but strap your fingers, then you lean back, lean back, lean back. Snap your fingers, lean with me, rock with me, gotta be a rock with me. Go take a shot, call me Ted, I got grams, don't hate, nigga shot. BLP, so dip, hell yeah, we on, bitch. Franchise ain't got no money, shit. Hold on, bitch. Hey. Rock left, rock right, you can get that shit. Lean back like Fat Joe and snap your wrist back. Gangsters don't dance, they lean with it, rock with it, block with me, pop up. The gangsters gon' rock with it, 1, 2, and bring it close to chest with it. Get nasty, flash it, go flex with it. Do it how you wanna, slow it up, do the matrix. Play with it, straight hit it, get all in their face with this dance for the killers, the dealers, the cutthroats. You already know the chillin', the grown folk. Lean with it, 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 lean with it.
Wow.
Lean with it.
talked to Avi Loeb earlier. Yeah.
You open the fucking door, I'm not gonna get it.
Alright.
You know, I asked you, I'm gonna use the coffee pot to clean the filter out right away.
Oh yeah, I just made it a little bit ago.
It wasn't a little bit ago, it was water. Well, anyway, get right away, just do it right away. As soon as you take the coffee out, as soon as the coffee's ready, just take it out and just rinse it. That's it. No, but make sure you put the grounds in the garbage as much as you can, then the rest can go in the sink if it's stuck to it, okay? Thanks, hon. Please follow the simple rules like that.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that.
Okay, hon,
I
thanks.
was just thinking about that earlier.
Okay. If you see a little bag of beeswax anywhere, let me know. I'm looking for it. I brought it up to my room to give Mom a little bit of it. And now I can't find the fucking bag. It might be still in my room somewhere. I thought it was on my chair. I don't see it.
What the fuck was that? The fuck just fell? That was weird. The fuck?
Unauthorized access in Area 1. Intruder passing Area 2. Intruder passing Area 2.
DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey.
Intruder passing Area 3. Area shutdown system activated.
Turn on. Turn on. Turn on. Turn on.
Unauthorized access in Area 1.
Smoked out positive squad. Yo, DJ Smokey, what you stealing boxes for? What you trying to build, a clubhouse? Don't worry about what the fuck he be doing. It's DJ Smokey.
Area shutdown system activated.
Shroom aliens versus Kush aliens?
DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey. DJ Smokey.
Nano-nuclear diamond batteries tied into the onboard power electrostatic lifter trap.
Out Positive Squad.
Donnie, what did Roberta Sparrow say to you?
She said that every living creature on Earth dies alone.
How did that make you feel?
The dead have been covered with lime. The dead know only one thing. It is better to be alive.
Like a gas.
To die. To be alone.
Do you feel alone right now?
Bustle my liver on running from me. Hello, would I be if it wasn't for me? Bustle my liver on running from me. Hello, would I be if it wasn't for me? Bustle my liver on running from me. Hello, would I be if it wasn't for me? Hello, would I be if it wasn't for me? Hello, would I be if it wasn't for me?
She just not local, you know, I'm nationwide.
Bustle my liver on running from me. Hello, would I be if it wasn't for me?
I sent it to Dre, but he ain't got back to me yet.
Sound like Dre. You know what? I'll holler at him about it, alright?
Alright. Hold up! You know Dre?
Hell yeah, I know Dre.
Bobby Loeb went live with Brian Keating, Dr. Brian Keating, another, prominent physicist. So we're going to be looking over that work. Hopefully we got some physicist people in the chat who want to keep breaking it down, talking about it, because it is definitely interesting. But before we get started, this is your first time listening to Alien Girl this morning. We're streaming on Twitch, we're streaming on Twitter, and we're also streaming on Facebook, believe it or not. So I believe, yes, we are streaming on Facebook. We have something over there. We just got a thumbs up on Facebook. Thank you so much for doing that, because it's really expanding our network. We've never tapped into the Facebook realm. So it's very excited. And Diane's hanging out over there. We're so glad to see you. I saw Babs here. Thank you. I tried. These I got some coconut thing from Trader Joe's. I don't know. And yes, please hit that like button here. Hit that thumbs up, because you guys, this is alternative media, and we might not be some big, huge channel, but what we have to say is important. It's about what you guys want to say in the chat. It's about the polls that we do. It's not about my opinion. It's about all of your opinion. And now that I said that, we're going to get started this morning on your starseed reading of the day. Please let me know in the chat how I sound, how my voice sounds, how everything sounds like that, because we're going to be doing some crystal energy healing work on you this morning. There's a big amethyst. Here's a big celestite. Bam. Here's a big little quartz. And then here we have another little celestite and amazonite from my good friend Tim Freestone, as well as the beautiful crystal. All for the 111 family. You got to admit. So here we go. I want you all to take a deep breath when you take off these banners that are a little distracting, okay? You guys ready? Take a deep breath. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh man, that's beautiful. Sometimes I just get these pains, however people want to feel about my weird pretend psychic abilities, but they're there. They're there. So let me get what cards I want to pull. Give me a second. I'm definitely feeling Starseed Oracle. Get back to the roots. We're gonna do some Starseed Oracle. We're also gonna do some Moonology. Moonology, I originally only started with like 2 decks on this journey of doing the Starseed readings of the day. And maybe I should start clicking them and putting them up, but I don't know. Let's get focused on our Starseed. So Moonology just reached out to me and was like, hey, this is the one that you're supposed to be using this morning, Amy. So that's what we're going to be doing. So Spirit, give us peace, give us light, give us love. Surround us with a beautiful pink, green, purple energy so that we can reach our highest self. We all have a big, beautiful day ahead of us, and we just need a message of what it is that we need to do to reach our highest manifestations, goals, joy, all of it. Protect us, have all of our spirit guides surround us, and guide us in a beautiful way that will show us the light. Bloody Starseed needs to know today, Spirit. Here we go. Oh, beautiful. A time to heal, which is a time to allow yourself to acknowledge dissonance within you and take a step back and take a deep breath and let that spiritual feeling heal right in front of you. This could also be an indication that you're actually maybe healing. I don't really like to make some sort of like tangible predictions about things, but like a spiritual healing, which is what we're talking about. And next we're going to be just pulling from maybe the deck that started it all, which is the Starseed Oracle. The deck that started it all. Let's see here. So, Spirit, give us some more information here. What do we need to know about a time for healing? Give us a clarifying card, and then we're going to jump right into the show. What is it that we need? What do starseeds need to know today for healing? What do they need to know? Just let me know. What do they need to know? What's that one? There we go. This is a message coming through. I don't know if it's a specific message. Woo! Sorry, I guess I might be a little bit more open today, but we got I'm sorry. I don't know where this I'm sorry message is coming from. It says defensiveness, writing past from upbringing. There's some sort of energy coming through to apologize. I don't really want to get too interpretive with that. And instead of me getting interpretive, I'm going to take a color oracle card. Just because it seems like to me, this is an energy that's coming through. Some sort of I'm sorry. What is that about, Spirit? What is that about? What is this time for healing and this apologetic energy about? Fear. Wow, we're getting some fear. They're scared to come forward to say that they're sorry. I guess that's what I'm getting. Don't worry, it's a time for healing. This feels like a very specific message, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But I do believe that whatever you're going through, whatever sort of energies that are happening, might actually be an indication of some sort of energy, somebody who's kind of fearful right now, maybe a little bit worried, and they're sending you an I'm sorry. And it's time for you to heal from whatever action was from this. And maybe they're not going to tell you sorry directly, maybe. But anyway, like I said, I just have fun with this. I take what resonates, I leave what doesn't, and that's all there is to it. So, you know, turn down your volume. We're about to put some volume up very high here. So we're slowly amping up the music, yeah. Every Saturday at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time so that you can get the best live
little town, Sheriff. You can either ignore it or you can help me to stop it.
Yeah, okay. So let's open up the Twittersphere. Love you guys. Likey what we're doing. We're opening up the Twitter sphere. I talked about this briefly. I posted a video about it last night, and we didn't really go through it too much because I was just so excited. I was so excited that Nick West responded to our tweet because, you know, we got a lot of different things going on. We're not even going to get into that until tomorrow, but, wow, that's a long time ago. But anyhow, I just, talk about this briefly, I didn't think about it. About this. As I posted this, I said, hey, it looks like, doesn't that mean? I always thought, man, it's so close to planet Earth. I always was like, this has got to be, this is strange, it's so close to Earth, right? And then there was this big discussion that basically, I mean, let's just get into this. This shot of fire of two people who really going at it. Unfortunately,
there's no more room in hell.
give me a fact. Give me an objective fact that'll change my mind. So far, you've given me none that have changed my mind. So I'm just saying, like, if people want to throw it down on the Twitter sphere or on a comment, I'll throw it down and let you know. So frustrating. So many people misunderstood Amy. On and on with the orbits. When Amy clearly talked about proximity. Yes. And so that was a problem for people. I really think people wanted to trip me up and be like, you don't know how the Earth orbits around the sun. People are vicious on the trip, and it's like, you know, guys, I get it. You know, I get it. It goes around the sun. It's not a big deal. I kind of get that. But anyway, we had a lot of different data, a lot of different things. A lot of people realized what was going on. And Nick Pope responded to it as well, which was exciting. And he hit this up with this article that Avi Loeb had, and we're not, you know, there's a lot of Avi Loeb news, obviously, this is an Avi Loeb episode. Maybe one day we can get him on the show, but I don't know. We're part of that crowd. Yes, thank you, Dorothy. That's exactly it. And I just think they're trying to make it look like I'm dumb. Like I can't understand how the Earth's orbit is. Whoa. I guess I don't know. Why would they think that I can't understand how the Earth orbits? I'm just saying. We're not gonna get upset. It just doesn't matter. Thank you so much, Crazy 499. So much to put all that money back into the show. You know, Ben Hansen and I don't pay for it, it's too expensive. I was like, oh my god, it's too expensive. Before you post whoever you guys can hit that like that. But it's just not with this little article that basically was saying, hey, Oumuamua was not a hydrogen water iceberg.
I can't believe you killed me. You're the fucking goddamn.
It was not a hydrogen.
Just cancel that shit right now.
Surface
You're
temperature,
hurt.
heliocentric distance, stuff like that. Now, I'm not sciencey, which is why this was fun. Because people started getting into fights. See how many
You're
people
listening to Cosmo Squad Records.
I won't block you. That's because I don't want in a fight. If I block you, you'll freak out. Post it all over Twitter like it blocked me. Okay, but what I want to show you, these two people who got into this huge debate. I guess Shane Shippey is thinking I'm an idiot because I think that this is a reality. I mean, mind-blowing how much. Yeah, Rich, I think, believed as well. Where did there was somebody who was just going at each other. It's gonna be like a bunch of comments. Anyway, two people who were really into physics started fighting with each other, and so like my notifications were just popping up, and it was like, and I was going through it, and it was two people, one who believed what I was saying, another who did not, and they were just going back and forth on this. Anyway, I think it's interesting that I say something that I've always believed that is supported by a Harvard scientist, but I guess that makes me dumb. But it's okay. I'm used to it. It's unfortunate that I have to say that because I do consider myself maybe not the smartest person in the room, but somebody who can logically decipher facts and ideas. So, yeah, it's a little perturbing to me, but we're not going to get into
Let me tell you something, brother.
This is that kind of show.
Kirby Man 666, brother.
On you guys, I have therapy. I go to therapy for that reason. And this is just our show to kind of kick back and sit and debate. So he did this, and I really was really super happy to hear about it. Because we had so much stuff going on. The paper recently did a collaboration. We shared a Jennifer suggested that the peculiar acceleration of a wormhole can be explained because it was made of water ice, which is partially disassociated with hydrogen like cosmic rays in interstellar space. So they have a theory that's just as outlandish as anybody else. They're making up a theory based on speculation as well. This theory is speculation as well. This is something they made up. I just said, hey, this is how I think an interstellar object would respond. They don't know. This is the only interstellar object that we've ever found. Which, by the way, let's get into the next aspect of this. Which is... Oh god, that was cool, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. What we're going to be talking about? This is what we're going to be talking about. So basically, you know, a lot of people might not know this, and this kind of puts,
Kush aliens are invading Earth. Oh
this
my
kind
god,
of
what's
puts
up with Kush aliens? Fucking Kush aliens.
I mean, this is pretty wild, honestly. Like, even I thought this was interesting because when we went to the Vernal UFO Disclosure Symposium last year, we saw Avi Loeb. Avi Loeb presented, although virtually presented, but presented, right? And he talked about he had found this object in the ocean. I don't remember what ocean it's gonna say here. Off the coast of Manus Island, he had found this, and it was a little weird, right? Let's not even get into the mothership. But this is our Avi Loeb episode. We're having an Avi Loeb episode this morning, so we are going to be discussing all things Avi because the mothership blew people's minds. That also reached mainstream headlines. That was something that people I was talking to, I always like to strike up a conversation with every like, not like every moment, but if there's a casual moment, especially, you know, certain stores and things or some places that are a little bit like the gas station attendants, things like this, you know, just strike up. And the mothership headline made it.
Protect positive squad.
Mothership headline.
DJ Smokey,
like,
666, bitch.
so we'll get into that. What account says, right? Scientists have their own form of confirmation bias, as Gordon Hawkins. You can't measure it, it doesn't. Things like that. So, a prominent Harvard student planning a Pacific expedition to find what he thinks might be an alien artifact that smashed into the ocean. They found radar data associated with this. Like, this isn't some interesting. And so he got $1 million
Positive Squad
grant.
Records.
He got $1 million grant to be able, I think it was actually 1.5 million.
Smoked out. Smoked out. Positive Squad.
500 million.
Jump.
My boy Science Bob got 500 million for the Pentagon for a UFO surveillance program.
1.5 million to go.
And he wants me to work for him.
There he is. Go to the bottom of the ocean to find the specifically that we're talking about.
Science Bob. Shout out to Science Bob, man. Yo.
There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Yes.
Protect Positive Squad.
When we reference movies, we've seen, or the reality, we've seen in front of us in the 3D. We're definitely being steered by the media into certain trains of thoughts. And I am going to say there is, I mean, everyone's a disinformation agent.
I'll play that new shit.
Or being influenced by a disinformation agent if you're into ufology and want to hit all the topics. So, you know, some people just think all of this is such BS that they think it's part of the infiltration of whatever. I tend to really enjoy science. I always have. You know, we talk a lot, like if there's a NASA thing going on, we go watch that. You know, if there's something going on that's a little bit cooler than what we're doing, you know, with NASA and space. And that's kind of the beauty of it, is not only do we have fun talking about the aliens, right, but we have fun talking about space, extraterrestrial, government transparency, and free speech, which is a good breakdown of all of those things anyway, right? I should get on my phone and get myself another viewer. I'm bad, huh? We're gonna go straight to the top. Okay. Ah, you love aliens. Beautiful. I can see you really do love aliens. Charles Hoskinson, the crypto billionaire, funded the Pacific Galileo mission, and he's going on the boat with Avi. It's so cool. The donor was revealed on Brian Keaton, I think, yesterday. All right, let's get to that. That was the other big part we wanted to cover, which is why we have our Avi Loeb episode. You know, not everybody's big. That's my thing. I love Avi Loeb. I love him. I always have. I first heard about him on my friend's channel, their Face of News, and I remember hearing it way before everybody started talking about it. I remember when the 2017 film went out, I was throwing this down to everybody, and I can't tell you how many people who are totally like, oh my god, they're like such big ufologists. These people are the same ones that told me that Avi Loeb was totally debunked, and we don't know what you're talking about. And then fast forward 6 months, and they got Avi Loeb on their show, talking about how they believe what he might say, and it's just like,
over to my face.
Okay. So this was what happened yesterday. So we're gonna jump into that.
Warning, no music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Our little breakdown, right? We're gonna do
This song is a war crime. Legalize nuclear bombs. Nuke radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
And to educate and provide commentary. So, I do believe Rock Esty got our question. Rock Esty got our question answered. I do believe. So she said
Nuclear warfare
oh,
radio.
they did. Look, there's our friend Rock. Look, she got her question answered.
Nuclear warfare
Friend in the
radio.
chat. Our friend in the chat, Rock Esty here, got her question answered. So we are going to listen to Rock Esty's question that she got to ask. She got to ask Avi Loeb and Brian Keaton. Yeah, friend in the chat. Got a question answered. And it was interesting
when it's your own flesh, you're
Rock were
smoking.
talking back and forth about all sorts of things after this came out. Yes. Okay. Yeah, there we go. We're ready. We're synced up. Okay, guys, here you go. Dedicated public, blah, 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 copyright. Here's our friend Rock Esty in the chat who was able to get our question answered. Thank you so much for being part of the 111 investigative family. Bam! There you go, Twitter. Thank you, Rock. Let's keep going. Alright. Beautiful. So there was a couple other points I think that we might have wanted to talk about specifically. But the iceberg, right, which is based off of Control F, ice. Okay, so what paper is he talking about? Some of you may be asking. He's talking about the paper that came out that said it was an iceberg. The one that I'm like, this is crap, right? The one that I'm getting smack about for this tweet right here. The one that Midwest is saying, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the orbit of the sun, Earth, baby. Did I not base this off of a peer-reviewed journal article? Did I not follow it into the same object? I thought it was the same realm.
Holy.
Get low. You know, I trust. There's certain people that I trust, that I listen to, and Avilo's just one of those people. If Avilo tells me there's something going on, I trust it. Similar with Leslie Keane. And those, and a couple friends I bounce ideas off of. Man, I got the answer of a lifetime, man. This week, I got a secret. I got a secret. I got something. never let him review the paper.
The forum there and here with former people who is the most important part in the world.
Of this document is. If you guys know what the importance of this document is, go ahead and put it in the chat. We're close, Brenda. We're so close, and it's good to see you. We're so close, and I want to talk about the importance of Avi Loeb getting this document in case people don't know, right? I'm sure all of you know, like, Galileo project is huge because Galileo was the first person to postulate the idea that basically the Earth is the center of the universe, that our egos aren't a reflection of all of the reality that's going on, right? He said that, I'm sorry guys, the Earth actually goes around the sun, and the Earth is not the center of the universe. And also, a lot of people might not know this, that there's such a right? God was all, right? Ground and God, and all these things. And they proved that the last 2 years of Galileo's life, he was under house arrest by the Inquisition. So these are the documents, the illegal documents, the documents that explain that Galileo needed to go under house arrest because he was crazy. He went to basically jail time to be able to push scientific science. So that is pretty freaking cool that he had that. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Galileo's head was on the block. His crime was searching for the truth. Yes, this is why in this show we try to talk about free speech. We try to talk about government transparency. And religion is always fascinating. It feels like people I talk to. Make sure that we continue to go to work and do our things in society. It doesn't fit right? poll that started 39 minutes ago was Oumuamua an iceberg with hydrogen gas, and this is why it accelerated. We had 7% said yes. The alien girl chat's always so different than what I do on Twitter.
Yes, sir. It's the flipper ball.
I'm sorry to the seven.
Hey,
like,
if you
I
stay
love
fresh,
them, and then we
clean,
have
smooth, and you know you fly.
But no.
Yeah. Say this right here with your boy then.
By the way, we're like
fresh, clean, smooth, and so fly. Say fresh, clean, smooth, fly. Fresh, clean, smooth, and so fly. Say fresh, clean, smooth, fly. Step up out my ride, fly. Some listen, I'm clean as a pussy, yeah, I'm thug. I gotta keep that thing, 'cause I'm sipping on that liquor. Listen, I'm in the struggle, but I know somewhere in my presence there's a hating ass nigga, perpetrating ass nigga. I'm sharper than a sword, that's why them bras wanna take pictures. And my swag is up the bar, and I'm fresh as a brand new car. I'm tall, slicker than ours, she'll do anything to get with that boy. Yeah, I'm bright like a star, cold as a winter. It's wood, don't you touch it, you gon' get more than a splinter. I'm young fella, I in the game with protection. The way I grind, yes, I grind hard, live long. That's why the haters mad, 'cause I ain't smoother than your boy. He do things they do, but I ain't do it like your boy. They try to do it like devil, like money, it's just too hard. So sit back and play your part, it's how you play your card. Yeah, fresh, clean, smooth, and so fly. Say fresh, clean, smooth, fly. Fresh, clean, smooth, and so fly. Say fresh, clean, smooth, fly. Fresh, clean, smooth, and so fly. Say fresh, clean, smooth, fly. Fresh, clean, smooth, and so fly. Say fresh, clean, smooth, fly.
like, why is he here? With astrophysics, millions of possible years, it's impossible for us to get an interstellar object here. Yeah, here it was. And here's another one. Specific. The first one to hit Earth. Oumuamua didn't hit Earth. This one did. Which is probably why he got funding. Yes, you could hear him being reserved in his physique. By the way, let's not even get into the fact that these two little greenhorn scientists who made up this hydrogen.
It's that loud.
Let's not forget, they're greenhorn. I don't know who they are. Let me know who they are in chat. I don't see them. I read about it. They're actually shocking discovery by capturing the distinct signature of water, along with evidence for clouds and haze in the atmosphere of an exoplanet. The telescope.
You're now listening to A-Rap music.
Orson Welles' War of the Worlds definitely had a lasting impact. Yes. 19. When did they do that? War of the Worlds radio broadcast by the Mercury Theater. I also really loved that. I got really into that when I was about 1938 is when the World of the Wars happened, broadcast. Got all the farmers. 1938. You haven't been to Skinwalker Ranch. I've been to Blind Frog Ranch, which was 30 miles from Skinwalker Ranch, and this rock is from there. I've been to the Uinta Basin, hung out there, chilled, looked at the stars, tried to connect with the aliens. I have been to Skinwalker Ranch, not Skinwalker Ranch, but I mean, 30 miles from it in the Uinta Basin, where Skinwalkers also walked. I feel like that's connected. I do. Wait, that's what you're interested in? I don't know. I mean, okay, anyway. Finding it now seems possible when we can explain concepts better through our own sciences and mathematical understanding. detection for BS. I'm just gonna say it. I've been doing this for a while. I see what's up, I see what's not up. I've talked to a lot of people. A lot of people. So I think I got a good detection for BS. I do. So she has this memory of being, when she was working at a gas station, a lady came in and she looked like an alien dressed as a woman in a blonde wig with sunglasses on. And when she put her hand out for the cigarette, haircut, and I can see go to the New York Post.
You're tuned into 102.3 Nuke Radio with your host, DJ Smokey. Get ready to enter the battle zone. Nuke Radio. Warning, Nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Hold your head in your hands until your wrist break. I'm still missing all these mistakes. It's not a hot take, baby, just a wrong place, baby. The sound of galloping wolves, and she wanna jump in. I cannot fuck with a fan. She's at the bench in it, yeah. Taking my life in this room, living my life like everything right. HBU. The sound of galloping wolves. Features filter on the news. Face that filter, that ain't you. They do a lot of dumb shit to get on. The only time I pull up is in the mythical font. It's a myth they want, it's the myth they get. Been to a lot of places, but this the craziest trip. Yeah, the vengeance swift, but the pain it hits. Walk around Margie, pain splatter kicks. Hold your head in your hands until your wrist break. I'm still missing all these mistakes. It's not a hot take, baby, just a wrong place, baby. The sound of galloping wolves, and she wanna jump in. I cannot fuck with a fan. She's at the bench in it, yeah. Taking my life in this room, living my life like everything right. HBU. The sound of galloping wolves. Quit while you're ahead. She do the body go spread. I go to Paris for the bread. I'm making the time zone twerk. What are the words really worth? I guess a lot. Every syllable 1,000. Imagine how much for the verse. Stupid foreign car won't even learn. With the hands but a charm. 50 mg to the squirm. Crazy life need a cuckoo girl. Shit a world like Roku world. Is that a strong 180 curls? You know me too well. Hold your head in your hands until your wrist break. I'm still missing all these mistakes. It's It's not a hot take, baby, just a wrong place, baby. The sound of galloping horse, and she wanna jump in. Yeah, I can.
I'm in my bag, G-O-Y-A-R-D. I feel looking like I'm catching beam on my backside.
And sometimes I think when people look at more of the things that they were learning about Skinwalker Ranch, I mean, Stephen Greenstreet even did a bunch of investigations going into depth saying that basically the people who were working at Skinwalker Ranch for Bigelow, I'm not talking about the current cast of Skinwalker Ranch, we're not even going to get into the advertising of this property by Brandon Fugel, who's a real estate tycoon. Okay, this is just something fun for him. He doesn't even care. I swear. I do not think Brandon Fugel cares. I don't think he cares about Skinwalker Ranch. I think it's a fun property he owns. He's got a TV show that advertises the property, which is great. Brings up the property value. But that being said, Skinwalker Ranch, I had one more thing I wanted to tell you guys about Skinwalker Ranch. Yes, that's what he said, is the former employees of Bigelow were drinking on the job and writing crap out to send to Bigelow so they could keep the project going. So it's all because of money, okay? And Bigelow's like, I ain't getting anything. These people are drinking on the job, writing about werewolves and dino beavers. There's nothing there. Sell the property to Fugel. Fugel's like, ooh. If you know Brandon Fugel, he collects all of these things. He collects the weirdest things in the world. That's what makes him cool. I want him to be like my friend. I want to be friends with Brandon Fugel so much. Like, I just think he's super cool. Like, he's cool. Like, I just think he's so fascinating. He's a Mormon. Like, I don't know. I love that guy. I just want to hang out with him so much. But I think he's definitely getting something that's going to increase the property value. Oh my gosh, it's UFO Shade from Spaces. We were just talking about how we were talking to CareCut and how she was telling us about it when she was working at a gas station. An alien came in and bought some cigarettes. Yes, the USO stories in Catalina. That's why I want to start the Catalina UFO show, where all I do, just like Skinwalker Ranch, they just run around like blowing things up and stuff, like just a bunch of boys. I think it'd be cool to make like the girl UFO show, where I just hang out and I do stargazing, like girly things. They do so many boy things on Skinwalker. There's got to be like a UFO girl show where like all we do is like look at the stars and we like chill, like, Yes, CareCut sold menthols to an alien in Missouri in 1973. I invited her on the show. Shane, if you could let her know. Yes. So go check it out, guys. It's worth it. And it's not every day, that we get to 50 people in the chat. I think we got to 45, maybe even higher than that. I don't know, but it's all good. Because it's time to start our day. And it's not like we can't have a little bit of a dance party. I know. We can't get the hype. We shouldn't hype up ufology. Who cares? Because how did you get here? I'm really wondering. How in the hell? The YouTube algorithm. Did you manage to find yourself here? Go check out Grandmaster UV, one of my favorite channels on YouTube. Yes, that's where magic happens. Because all this stuff is happening. All these things are happening. Brandon Fugel's talking about the fallen angels and the demons because he's Mormon. Yes, and dancing at the end counts. I don't know about you guys, but let's just amp up this volume because we are broadcasting here live and alive in the middle of the desert, in the heart of alien country. And one day, it's all gonna come out. The bodies, the documents, the craft. And they're gonna say, you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say that they always knew. And you're gonna say, no, man, I knew. Because I was listening to all of my podcast friends. What? Did my music stop? I was listening to all of my podcast friends. I was also listening to Alien Girl 111. Thank you so much, Crazy Chick 1152 for the $4.99 super sticker. Greatly appreciated, and being a sponsor of the channel. Thank you so much, Dorothy Hawkins, for being a sponsor of the channel. Hectic Stargazer Cindy, thank you so much for all the friendship, love, sponsorship, all of you. Because we're on a wild ride on this channel, aren't we? We don't know what's gonna happen, right? We just keep going and going and going and going and going and going. Because they're gonna say that you're crazy. Yep, the CIA. They're gonna say that you don't know what's going on. Yep, listen. But we know that's not true, don't we? And I love each and every single one of you more than you can possibly know. And I will see you again next time. Peace.
Purchase your tracks today.
lifestyle wolf. 7-day swing to you foolish little fools. I'm breaking shit while I'm disintegrating rules. 1,000-day ice storm kick to a fool. You talk real reckless and you get your own tune. When I say I kill, I don't mean just physically, fool. I will take your pride and respect and your food. Fuck you mean, I will beat the life out you too. I ain't playing my nigga, cause what else can I do? Call me Aaron Yeager when I swing, they say ooh. Damn boy, I bet you knocked the shoulder blade loose. I say hell nah, I'm like a armor titan fool. Titan armor wolf style, now what you gon' do? The answer's real simple, kill yourself before I do. Fuck you man, clear armor on me and my crew. The ship looking clean, don't touch, I just waxed it too. Fuck you man, pushing down them Cali streets, smoking weed. I swear on me, that's all a young nigga need. Niggas out here mixing drugs, dead on the sand. I don't fuck with chemicals, just a green leaf. I don't fuck with ya if you don't fuck with me. But I don't care either way, I'm just doing me. It's getting hard to stay humble, niggas trying things. They won't learn they damn lesson till you make them bleed. I pulled the blade and he fell to his own knees. He begged and pleaded like, please don't cut me. I shook my head, then I left him in the frozen sea. I walk away while I tell myself that's how it be. We control the whole future in a way, you see. Will you die or will you live for eternity? I got bands on me, but what that mean? Why this green piece of paper even worth something? Matter of fact, I don't know nothing that's worse than money. This shit is evil, I wish we could run away from it. Shit.
I picked up. We picked up Mr. Paul Hellyer from the airport. We picked up Paul Hellyer from the airport. I know Paul Hellyer. He was a great guy. Rest in peace, Paul Hellyer.
My name is Paula Harris, and I'm an international photojournalist, and I'm very honored today to be in Toronto, Canada, May 7th, 2010, to interview the Honorable Paul Hellyer. It's been a pleasure to return to Canada after my 2005 interview with Paul, when he talked about several controversial issues, one being the UFO question and the lack of transparency in the government cover-up. But today we are very honored because Paul has written 2 books, and we're going to discuss them on camera, and they are Light at the End of the Tunnel, A Survival Plan for the Human Species, and that's the book that will also encompass the ET UFO question, among other real serious world issues. And Paul's book on A Miracle in Waiting, Economics That Makes Sense. And this book for Paul is a real masterpiece of economics. He's done a great deal of study on this. So these are the 2 books that have just been released, and the debut of these 2 books. And Paul has kindly consented to answer a few questions that all of us have for him. Paul, in 2005 was an important year for you. Several things happened in 2005, the last time I was here. And since we're talking about Light at the End of the Tunnel, the book, was that part of your thinking in 2005 that you would come out with a book? And would you talk a little bit about that year?
No, at that time, had no idea that I would write this book. It didn't take too long after that to decide that I wanted to write sort of a final book as a legacy. But in 2005, I was still getting over the death of my late wife, Ellen, and sort of living alone, and decided to ask the widow of my best friend ever, Bill Bussiere, if she would consider marrying me. She had been a widow for 10 years, and she said yes. So we planned our wedding for October the 1st, 2005, and that is the year that I really got interested in the extraterrestrial presence and technology. Really for the first time. I had been Minister of National Defense in Canada and had received reports on sightings, which said this one was a natural phenomenon, this was not explained, but never really been into it. But that year, I read Colonel Corso's book, A Day After Roswell, and came to the conclusion that it was real and that this was an important issue. And so I made a statement at an Exopolitics Symposium at the University of Toronto, and said UFOs are as real as the planes flying over your head, and that it's time that the United States government started coming clean on what it's all about, because there are very important military and economic issues that have to be addressed. And how can you address a question with a subject that people don't even won't admit exists?
Can we pick up that last question, that last line?
Yeah. How can you discuss a question which the United States government doesn't officially recognize as being on the radar?
You told me also in an informal conversation that you thought this was going to be a one-shot deal. You thought you were just going to appear, I think it was the University of Toronto, and ask the important questions that you asked and make the important statements that you made, and then all at once, 5 years later, we're still. Is it intriguing you? Is this?
Well, I had no idea. See, this speech was made just a week before I got married, and I asked my future bride if it was okay, and she was hesitant, she was reluctant, but I said, well, this will just be a one-off shot. I want to get this out in the open for discussion, and she said okay to go ahead. Well, little did I dream where it was going to lead, because, of course, after I was public, then people wanted to talk to me, and I wanted to do some research. I've been saying that I was just in the kindergarten of UFO knowledge in 2005. I'm probably in grade 5 or 6 now, after doing a lot of research in the intervening 5 years, and I have read many, many books. And I now know more about the subject than a majority of people, and I felt, when I thought of writing another book as a legacy, that I should include a chapter, a primer really, on the subject of the extraterrestrial presence and technology, and also to make a plea for full disclosure, because the implications of what has been going on secretly in the last 50 or 60 years.
Hey, well, we got it, man. This shit was from 13 years ago. And our team just got the fucking disclosure like last year or a few years before that. It was probably around 2017 when there was official Lou Elizondo in the program, ATIP. And then
are really profound, and most people haven't any idea how important the revelations could be to their future as a species.
That was huge.
Come forth and made
Attempted to kill them off, or some of them.
Okay.
Gave me a 3 intervening 5 years, and I have read many, many books. And I now know more about the subject than a majority of people, and I felt when I thought of writing another book as a legacy that I should include a chapter, a primer really, on the subject of the extraterrestrial presence and technology, and also to make a plea for full disclosure, because the implications of what has been going on secretly in the last 50 or 60 years are really profound, and most people haven't any idea how important the revelations could be to their future as a species.
Paul, you said you became very interested in the question because of policy issues and sociological issues, and your book, Light at the End of the Tunnel, A Survival Plan for the Human Species, has actual first-hand information because you spoke to quite a few people. Some of the people that you spoke to are people like Travis Walton, Fire in the Sky, Colonel Halt from the Bentwaters case in England, Nick Pope, who worked for the Ministry of Defense
I know Nick Pope too. He's MI6, worked for the Ministry of Defense. He's head of the UFO intelligence gathering program for UK.
For the whole UFO question. It isn't just that you read the books.
Ministry of Defense.
Would you tell me while you were speaking to all these people what was going on in your mind and which person you found the most not shocking but the most impressive of all your research?
When you use the word impressive, they were all impressive. So I wouldn't want to single out one for that. First of all, as you know, was briefed by a number of very knowledgeable people, including Dr. Stephen Greer, who gave me a 3-hour briefing on the people that he had assembled, the 400 contacts of people from all walks of life who knew much from personal experience about this subject. And then, as I went along, I wanted to talk to other people, and for example, I wanted to interview a couple of contactees, and then they include Travis Walton, whose story was just tremendously interesting. And I talked to him for a long while, over a couple of days, and was totally convinced that he was telling the truth. But you learn a lot from talking to these people. He had a heck of a time when he was dumped off 5 days later after his abduction, convincing people that it wasn't all a ruse. And he said the division was about 50-50, about half of his friends and relatives believed him and about half didn't. It took him a long while to recover psychologically from the experience. Another contactee that I interviewed at great length was Jim Sparks. And Jim has been abducted probably more often than anybody else that I've talked to. And he was tremendously interesting because at the outset he would fight these people and swear at them and do all of these things. Eventually he came to the point where he trusted them, and they trusted him, and he got a lot of information. And he wrote a book about his experience, and he gave me permission to use one of the most interesting quotes from that book, several pages actually, of a dialogue he had with the extraterrestrials, in which they indicated their concern about what was happening on Earth, that we were fouling up our rivers and our lakes and fouling up the air that we breathe with particles and really destroying our natural environment. And they're concerned about this, and they wanted him to tell the world about it. And so they of course encouraged him to pass the word along, which he's been doing both in lectures and through his book, but also to plump for amnesty for a lot of people in the event that the government does decide to open up the windows a little bit and let the light shine in. And the reason for that was because some of the people involved in what they call the black operations, the reverse engineering of the technology that came from the crashes and other contact with the extraterrestrials, is so interesting and so secret that certain elements of the United States government wanted to keep it secret even from their political leaders. And they've been working underground for years and years and years, and heaven only knows what they've accomplished, but in my opinion, it would be a very great deal. And certainly one of the things that I want to know is whether in fact they have developed exotic fuels like zero-point energy and cold fusion, as some people who have worked there have indicated that they have, because this is the way that we could transform our world in a time frame of maybe 10 years or so, and save it from global warming. And of course, the other thing I say in the book is that even if that is not true, that the extraterrestrials would give us that technology if we asked them to, because they want us to save our world as a habitable place for ourselves and for their visits.
These are some very incredible witnesses, and Stephen Greer, you mentioned the Disclosure Project of 2009, where he has military people, apart from military intelligence people who are involved. So this is a real cover-up. It's not something we're inventing, and it's very complicated, Paul, isn't it? Because the United States government still has not admitted that Roswell was real. We're still at a mogul balloon with crash test dummies.
No, they're still maintaining the fantasy that it was a balloon, and it's, and so many people know that that's a lie.
Okay, can I cut here? If you have to kind of repeat the information in her question, otherwise people don't know you're talking about Roswell.
Oh.
So he was talking, but he didn't mention Roswell, so we don't know.
Okay, so what'll happen is you will keep my question in there, right?
If you want, but I have the mic on him. I'm picking it up, but it's we can do it however you want.
Okay, just say in the Roswell incident, you're correct.
Okay, camera's rolling.
In the case of the Roswell crash, for example, they still claim that it didn't happen. But there were witnesses of all kinds who say it did. And the cover-up was in fact a lie, and that's what I call it in my book. And they started working on reverse engineering immediately after that. And had some of the best brains in the United States working on it, and have had ever since. So the distance they have come in 60 years or more is I'm sure, incredible. And that they have developed probably spaceships, and they have probably developed exotic fuels, and there are all sorts of things that the United States people and the people of the world have a right to know about. And that's the reason that we should never give up until there is full disclosure. But this has to be done by Congress. This has to be done by the people who have been funding them without knowing what they were funding. Because it's not something that one person would want to undertake on their own, say the president, for example, because I think it's just too dangerous. But then once they decide to go this route, they should grant an amnesty, as Jim Sparks suggested after talking to the extraterrestrials, so that people will be able to talk honestly under oath and not fear the consequences if they have committed some sort of major or minor crime in the course of their careers.
Now, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut, has gone before the Washington Press Club and said Roswell was real, that he was briefed, plus the fact that we had the 2001 Disclosure Project in Washington, D.C., all those witnesses that Stephen Greer brought together. We couldn't have more witnesses. What do you think is the blockage for full disclosure? And because other countries have come out with the fact that there is a UFO presence and that there are documents and there are sightings. Other countries have done it. What do you think is the blockage?
Well, The blockage, I think, is really a desire on the part of a very small group in the United States to keep a lot of secrets to themselves and not to share them with either other people in their own country or with the world. And why they're doing this, whether there's a financial advantage to the United States or financial advantage to the oil industry, for example, of keeping the existence of exotic fuels a secret, I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure that there's somebody that's benefiting or think that they're benefiting from the power or the advantage, monetary advantage, of maintaining this exclusive little club that they've got, which knows a lot of things that the rest of us don't know.
Do you look at the whole extraterrestrial question as a benign question? Because people that are in the know are in two camps, good and bad, or evil and good extraterrestrial presence. How do you look at it? Is it not so that if it were not extraterrestrial presence, and have more witnesses, what do you think is the blockage for full disclosure? And
major come in 60 years or more is I'm sure, incredible, and that they have developed probably spaceships, and they have probably developed exotic fuels, and there are all sorts of things that the United States people and the people of the world have a right to know about, and that's the reason that we should never give up until there is full disclosure. But this has to be done by Congress. This has to be done by the people who have been funding them without knowing what they were funding, because it's not something that one person would want to undertake on their own, say the president, for example, because I think it's just too dangerous. But then once they decide to go this route, they should grant an amnesty, as Jim Sparks suggested after talking to the extraterrestrials, so that people will be able to talk honestly under oath and not fear the consequences if they have committed some sort of major or minor crime in the course of their careers.
now, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut, has gone before the Washington Press Club and said
I
Roswell
was
was
briefed
real.
by Edgar Mitchell. We had him briefed in Congress a few years
We
later
had
after
the
this.
2001 disclosure project in Washington, D.C., all those witnesses that Stephen Greer brought together. We couldn't have more witnesses. What do you think is the blockage for full disclosure? And because other countries have come out with the fact that there is a UFO presence and that there are documents and there are sightings. Other countries have done it. What do you think is the blockage?
Well, the blockage, I think, is really a desire on the part of a very small group in the United States to keep a lot of secrets to themselves and not to share them with either other people in their own country or with the world. And why they're doing this, whether there's a financial advantage to the United States or financial advantage to the oil industry, for example, of keeping the existence of exotic fuels a secret, I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure that there's somebody that's benefiting or think that they're benefiting from the power or the advantage, monetary advantage, of maintaining this exclusive little club that they've got, which knows a lot of things that the rest of us don't know.
Do you look at the whole extraterrestrial question as a benign question? Because people that are in the know are in two camps, good and bad, or evil and good extraterrestrial presence. How do you look at it? Is it not so that if it were not benign in some way, they may have done something to us long ago when we invented the atom bomb?
Yeah, I think they're benign, but they're, as you well know, several species that we know about. And of course, the United States government sometimes has told people that there's one species that is not, but they never say who it is or which one, and consequently there's no way of checking it out without this kind of disclosure that we're demanding, because they may just be putting us on as an excuse for spending hundreds of billions of dollars to arm Earth against the extraterrestrials. And this is, I think, something that bothers me a lot or concerns me.
Tell me, you know, so many people in the know, like astronauts, military people.
Smoking that big boy kush. Big boy. Big boy. Why is there like nobody else fucking live like on this shit? Like there should be a million other people, bro. Like am I really the only like like seriously, who fucking is live where? Has to be people live all over. I know there's a bunch on Twitch. Biggest streaming platforms. Biggest live streaming platforms. Maybe I should be streaming to Twitter too.
Destination, the moon. Set light to them, you get that. Destination, the moon or Moscow. The planets or Peking. If you release those two gases into a confined space with a hole at the other end of it and mix them as you do so, and then set light to them, you get that. Destination, the moon or Moscow. The planets or Peking. If you release those two gases into a confined space with a hole at the other end of it and mix them as you do so, and then set light to them, you get that. Destination, the moon or Moscow. The planets or Peking. If you release those two gases into a confined space with a hole at the other end of it and mix them as you do so,
Wouldn't it be great if somebody could just hand you a blueprint and say, this is what you're good at and this is what you should be doing with your life?
Are there satellites 10,000 kilometers? Satellites that are 10,000 kilometers away from Earth. Image of Earth from satellite 10,000 miles away or more.
here we can see the water surface.
Hey everybody, it's Pete Renzulli. Welcome.
Wouldn't it be great?
in talks. My name is George A. Filer III. I don't normally use the third. But I was in the U.S. Air Force, and my final rank was major. I don't know what else you'd like to know.
Well,
have an MBA, and was a former vice president of MedCorps. In other words, I've done other things since leaving the Air Force. I was a navigator in various aircraft, tanker and transport aircraft. Flew last in C-141s at McGuire Air Force Base. I was also an intelligence officer most of my career as my desk job, so to speak. And I, in that period, frequently, briefed generals and congressmen on our capabilities and the threat to our forces. Well, I was normally, like I mentioned, a briefing officer, and I would come to work 4 o'clock or so in the morning. And on the morning of January 18th, 1978, I drove through the main gate at McGuire, and I noticed that there was red lights out on the runway, and that probably something was going on out on the runways there because of all the red lights and like police cars and fire trucks and so on. And didn't think too much about it until I got to 21st Air Force Command Post, is where I worked, and I would go in there and prepare a briefing for
What
the
was your position there?
generals. I was a deputy director of intelligence for 21st Air Force, which controlled, well, half the military aircraft and flew the presidents and various VIPs and from the Mississippi River around to India. We had some 300 aircraft, and we were flying all kinds of missions, submarine crews, almost anything that had to do with the military airlift we accomplished. And this particular morning, when I went into the command post, I was met by the head of the command post, and he said that it's been a very exciting evening, that we've had UFOs in the, over the McGuire all night, and that one had apparently landed or possibly crashed at Fort Dix, and that when a military policeman came upon the alien, that he had pulled out a gun and shot them. And I said, a foreigner, like, an alien? I was a little bit confused by him saying alien. He says, no, an alien from outer space. He was very specific about the fact that an alien from outer space had been shot at Fort Dix, and that it had run away after being wounded and headed for McGuire. Now, McGuire and Fort Dix just have a fence between them, and this alien supposedly climbed the fence or went under it or whatever and got to McGuire and died out on the end of the runway. And that the security police were out there and had captured the body, so to speak, and were guarding it. And he said that a C-141 from Wright-Patterson was coming in to pick up the plane. Now that made me stand up, because I didn't realize that Wright-Patterson had C-141s. I thought Military Airlift Command was the only one who owned C-141 aircraft. So I was like, my gosh, what's going on here? And he says, we want you to brief this at the, stand-up general briefing this morning and explain what happened to everybody. And I was like, you want me to tell General Tom Sadler and everybody in the command post that, we captured an alien? And they said, yes, we want you to brief that this morning. Well, I did some checking around, and I called the 38th Military Airlift Wing Command Post to check with them to see if, in other words, the story was the same that I was getting. And they said yes, that they had heard that also, that this actually did happen, that an alien was found on the base. And later that morning, I was told that they decided not to brief it in the stand-up briefing. And so I didn't actually brief it. Now, the only other thing that was interesting is that that morning I carried what's code word down to the General Sadler's office, and I noticed some commotion going on in there, and that some of the security police people were there in rather disheveled and so on, and that General Sadler was a stickler for everybody looking perfect, and it was kind of surprising to see these people that obviously needed shaves and were in fatigues and so on there. So then I knew that that might tie into the story that I had heard. Now, after the briefing, I also went to the photo lab. Almost every day I went to the photo lab because in your briefings you have, well, 4 screens and you have to keep them all, you know, filled up with pretty pictures and so on. And there they indicated that they had taken pictures of something extraordinary. And I said, well, let me see them. And the sergeant was handing it to me, and his master sergeant says he can't see those. So all I know is that they had some pictures that I wasn't allowed to see. But normally, being the general's briefer, I had never been, you know, stopped from seeing any pictures that they had previously. There is nuclear assets on the base that they used to carry weapons back and forth to Europe and so on. I had done some checking around because I became interested. I talked to one of the security policemen who claims to have been out there, and he indicated that he essentially saw a small body that, you know, could have been like a child, but it seemed to have a larger than normal head. Now, one interesting thing is many of the key personnel on the base at that time who had a connection to this, with this, were quickly transferred from the wing commander on down, indicating that if you know, you knew something, they tended to split you up, so to speak, so you couldn't talk about it. Oh, within a matter of weeks or whatever. Now, the security policeman told me that he was transferred within a few days. Matter of fact, he was taken to Wright-Patterson within the day or two and debriefed by a number of people and essentially told not to talk about it anymore. Now, his story to me was that, you know, they heard this going on the radios, and they heard that this chase was on, that the alien had been shot at Fort Dix and they were chasing it towards McGuire. At least for whatever reason, it chose to run towards McGuire Air Force Base, and that both the state police and the military police were, you might say, chasing this person or alien, whoever it was. They came from what looked like a UFO. As I understand, it was a disc-shaped craft. They indicated to me that the UFOs had been in the area for quite some time that evening, and that they had them on radar, and that the tower operator had seen them, and some of the other aircraft in the area had apparently seen them as well. 6 or 8 people guarding the body, and then there was the commander of the security police unit, and then we were told, a few of us in the command post, and I assume that General Sadler was briefed about it. Well, I happened to meet a lady who claimed to have been out of White Sands, and it was an engineer working out there, and she was out hiking one day, and she told me that her and a couple of her friends had come up to the top of a hill, and they could look down in this valley, but only their heads were showing, you know, on the top of the hill. They just happened to be looking over and down the way the path was. And they had seen a UFO on the ground with a couple of little aliens kind of like picking up rocks and stuff. And they watched it for an extensive period. It was, you know, several hundred yards away from them. And they got a pretty good look at it. And eventually they did, the aliens did see them. And the craft, they jumped in the craft and took off. But I had personally never seen anything until about 1962. We were flying tankers over England, and London Control asked us to intercept a UFO. And we happened to be done with our refueling mission, and you know, we accepted the assignment. We were on just over the North Sea, and they asked us to fly to the center of England, and we were doing, I don't know, some 400 miles an hour in a dive down to intercept this object. And they gave us headings, you know. And it was pretty much hovering in the rough Stonehenge area, Oxford, Stonehenge area. And we got about, I'm not exactly sure, 20, 30 miles out, and I got it on radar. And it was a very large return. We used to fly up by the Firth of Forth Bridge, which is kind of like the San Francisco Bay Bridge, but it's a very large bridge. And the return was similar to that in size and in intensity. In other words, it was a very large radar return. And obviously London Control had it on their radar, and they were vectoring us to this object. And when we got about a mile from it, as a matter of fact, we were diving on the thing, and the whole aircraft was shaking, and it just took off into space at several thousand miles an hour, almost directly up. And now this was at night. It reminded me a lot of the shuttle launch, you know, something going up very quickly at a high rate of speed. And frankly, at least to my knowledge, we had nothing like that capability. As a matter of fact, we said something about, you know, have any kind of rocket launches from that area, and they said no, that we could just go continue on our mission. So based on this lady's testimony and pretty much what we saw, I believe that there was something, you know, going on out there. My best guess is that it was a disc-type craft, but a fat disc. At least there was lights, you know, something like this at the top and at the bottom. It was more than just a straight plate-like object. It had a dome on the top of it. If the radar return was accurate, it was probably you know, just guessing, 500 yards long or something. I mean, a huge thing. Something that bothered me a little bit, that they were very friendly as we're doing the intercept on the thing, and once the intercept was made and it had, essentially we chased it away, they didn't want to talk about it any further. We wrote it in the navigator's log, fairly detailed. Yeah, this is Briarwood Lake in Medford, New Jersey, and we had just moved into this house. In any case, we were asleep about, I'm just guessing, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm asleep with my wife, and suddenly the room got very bright in the middle of the night. So I got up out of bed and opened up the shade, but most of the light was even coming through the shade. And looked outside, and I don't know if most people have seen a submarine surfacing with all the water coming off. Well, this was like a disc about 30 feet in diameter surfacing. And what looked to me like water coming off of it. But frequently I had flown the Atlantic and Pacific and so on, and seen the aurora borealis, or the northern lights, and around the craft were this ionization very similar to the aurora borealis. And it just kind of moved across the lake for a while and flew off at a fairly high rate of speed. Now, because of that, I've checked with a lot of the neighbors, and there's, I don't know the exact numbers, but there's like 40 or 50 lakes in Medford and Medford Lakes. And I frequently brought up the subject if they had seen anything. And it's amazing how many people have actually seen craft on the lakes. Well, occasionally I used to brief on the UFO sightings that had been occurred around the world to the generals. One that sticks out in my mind is 1976. There was a famous sighting in Tehran, Iran, where an F-4 or a couple F-4s chased a UFO. That kind of sighting I would brief on occasion to the generals, and they would be, you know, more or less interested. Then someone would stop by and say, well, you know, I had my sighting. We were flying 106s over Colorado or whatever, and we dove on the UFO sitting there. Very similar to my story, except I was in a 4-engine tanker, and they were in a, you know, 2 fighters, and they would dive on the thing. At that time, this particular colonel was telling me that the F-106 had set the world's record for speed, and they had these aircraft going as fast as they could, so to speak, diving on this UFO that was hovering in a valley in Colorado. And just like us, when they got near the craft, it took off and left them standing still, and they were doing like 1,500 or something, whatever the top speed was at that time for these aircraft in a dive. That these, who, you know, is flying these, have this capability that is far beyond anything we've had for years and years. I think even today, something, at least in my opinion, non-human, that has a different form of propulsion and is coming here and, you know, doing reconnaissance and taking minerals or whatever it is that they happen to be doing. There are things going on, and they are being seen, you know. Talked to a number of astronauts who have seen them, talked to other military pilots and the like who have seen them. And I remember Captain Ramage, who I used to work for in Athens, Greece, and he had one during the Korean War fly right off his wing, stay with him for like an hour, and do not only off his wing, but do, you know, acrobatic things around his aircraft. And I don't know the exact percentage of people, but probably 10% of the pilots and aircrews that you ask about it have had sightings. A few years ago, a colonel who was in intelligence had his whole B-52 crew see it. And now, you know, these people don't, you might say, volunteer and sit in front of the camera and tell about it, but there's an awful lot of people who have seen them. They're not sure exactly what they are and what they're doing, but they know that they have advanced capability, and they usually see some kind of a, you know, solid object that appears to be made of some kind of metal, usually a gunmetal gray. Usually with, particularly at night, people usually report various lights around them. It seems to me, I was told that it was put in some kind of a, you know, casket type thing, and taken away, so to speak, flown away. I think that in 1947 or in that time frame, something crashed out west. You know, whether it was Roswell, the specific Roswell that's been written about, but I think something happened out there, at least based on You know, you might say the talk in the military that something crashed sometime out there. The tendency is to make things classified when you don't know what's happening. You know, secret, top secret, or whatever. And if it comes down from the president, it's a very high classification, probably code word above top secret. In other words, need to know, that kind of thing. And once that caveat or designation is put on something, it's very difficult to get it downgraded. I mean, you can go to the archives, and despite what they tell you, they have things going back to the Second World War that you still are not allowed to look at. And once these things are top secret or whatever, it's difficult to get it down. It just kind of moves on and forever stays top secret or whatever. They just keep it very classified and very secret, basing it on, you can base it on the fact, for example, that, let's say this craft had advanced technological capabilities. So you don't want the other side, so to speak, to know what you know and how these things work and the like. It's to your advantage to keep this secret. I think that it's time that these various programs come out. Now, one of the things that I've found is that the way it's been kept secret to a big extent is the fact of through ridicule. If it always had been just top secret, I think most of the world would know about it tonight. But they put in a kind of a ridicule factor which made people, you'll hear somebody telling a story like this, they'll say, well, he must be crazy that he believes in UFOs. And they brought this out. When anyone saw anything, you know, there'd be two people, we'll say one has funny hair and looks wild and so on, and the guy standing next to him is a police officer. Well, they always interviewed the wild guy and never put the police officer on the screen. My experience has been an awful lot of policemen have seen these, an awful lot of FBI have seen these, an awful lot of military has seen it, and he might have the, like, at times I used to carry nuclear weapons. And in other words, I was mentally fit to carry nuclear weapons, but I'm not mentally fit if I see a UFO. Well, this criticism and this ridicule has, I think, done more to keep the story coming out than almost anything else.
There was indeed a solid, structured craft in the air. It was travelling at a phenomenal speed compared to the envelope, as it were, of our own fighters. So jets were launched, and indeed the pilots did manage to close and get a visual sighting on.
Hello and welcome to On the Record. Flying saucers, extraterrestrials, monsters from outer space. The government has been telling us for years that they're not real. They're weather balloons, or swamp gas, or reflections from the sun, or the ravings of lunatics. But serious UFO researchers say a breakthrough may be very close. Some of the government scientists who worked on the top-secret Project Blue Book are ready to talk. What's more, a series of revealing government documents have trickled out of the federal files, documents that paint a much different picture of the UFO phenomenon. One of the most dedicated UFO researchers lives right here in Las Vegas. His name is John Lear, and he is my guest today. Mr. Lear, thanks for being here.
Okay, George.
To begin with, you're a pilot, an airline pilot, captain. You have held 17 different world speed records at one time or another. You're a member of the famous Lear family that all Nevadans are pretty much familiar with, a former state Senate candidate. You don't sound like the kind of guy who would get hooked up in something that a lot of people would say is a bunch of nonsense.
No, it's just by coincidence that I got really interested. This about 2 years ago. My father saw a UFO and my brother did, and they were very interested, but there was really no proof, as far as I was concerned, to really look into it until about 2 years ago.
Your father and brother saw them. Can you give details?
My brother saw one. He was flying a P-38 from Phoenix to Los Angeles at night. It just appeared in front of him. He made two turns, 90-degree turns. It stayed in front of him and then disappeared. And my father was flying at night, I believe, over the Arizona desert, and saw one too.
So you got an interest because of the other members of your family. How did you start out?
I had an interest, but there was really nothing I could put my finger on. And like I say, 2 years ago, a friend of mine came through town. We had flown in Southeast Asia together, and he was retiring from the Air Force. He came over, and we started talking about where he had been for the last 15 years. And he mentioned that he had been stationed at Bentwaters. And I said, oh, Bentwaters, that's where the flying saucer supposedly was in 1980. He said, no, John, not supposedly, it was. He said, I don't care if you believe me or not. It landed. I didn't see it because we were confined to quarters, but I know people who did, and I'll give you the names, and if you ever see them, tell them you know me, and they'll tell you the whole story. Since then, I ran into one of the security police who was within 10 feet of the saucer and actually saw the 3 aliens get out and go up to General Gordon Williams, who was the wing commander at that time.
Now, there was quite a bit of documentation regarding this Bentwater incident. Why don't you go into that a little bit?
There's the Colonel Halt memo that came out under the Freedom of Information Act, and it told about the mysterious lights and beaming down and everything that happened in the forest except the actual alien landings. That wasn't in the memo. And there was also the tape, Colonel Halt tape, forest tape, that he made over a period of 8 hours. And there's a 20-minute segment that we've been able to get a hold of that you can hear him running through the forest and being worried, saying the thing's after us.
Now, why do you suppose that hasn't come out? I mean, this particular incident, why hasn't come out if so many people, and you've told me about this before, have seen it or seen these aliens? Why haven't some of them come forward?
A lot of them have come forward, but they're just not getting any press. It's something that people just don't want to deal with, the press doesn't want to deal with, and people aren't going to listen to something unless Dan Rather or any of your big press people are going to tell them about it. And they're just too spooked. The Air Force has made an art form of ridiculing people who have talked about this thing. They've done an excellent job of covering it up for the last 40 years. George, basically what we're dealing with here is, I'll give you the bottom line.
Okay.
I'm not trying to sell it.
I want to hear your thesis.
I'm not trying to sell a book. I'm not trying to promote a lecture. This is based on what I've come across after intense research in the last year. And I have found out that the government has retrieved between 10 and 15 actual flying saucers, 3 of which have been in perfect condition, 1 of which they tried to fly. They have between 30 and 50 alien bodies in cryogenic storage. We even have the name of the person whose job it is to show these bodies to the heads of state and the people who are authorized to see them. They represent at least 5 different civilizations.
I can't imagine a Dan Rather or a Tom Brokaw, if that were to come to their attention, a story of that magnitude, that they wouldn't do something with it.
Well, I can't answer that question. I don't know why they don't do it. There certainly is enough evidence based on what I've looked at. For instance, the Linda Moulton Howe documentary in Denver for the CBS affiliate there called A Strange Harvest. Since 1975 to 1980, when she made the documentary, there's at least 9,000 cattle mutilations. Now, the government said that the mutilations were normal. Your desert predator did these, but they weren't. The mutilations,
I think we have a picture of these somewhere. Maybe we can see that as you're talking.
Well,
that's the next picture. There we are.
This is the mutilation. New Mexico State Police did the research on, or the investigation on it, and they cut out certain parts with and the cut was made with a laser beam far sharper than anything we have. As a matter of fact, they were able to determine that they cut between the cells and didn't cut the cells themselves. We presently don't have this kind of technology.
Well, if we don't know that we have this kind of technology, or you and I don't know that we don't, but that doesn't prove necessarily that it's E.T.
No, except that there's usually a visual sighting of a flying saucer or a light, a strange light, at each one of these sightings.
Okay, you mentioned the saucers and the bodies. Now, what kind of proof do you have that is true? How do you know that?
Well, let me take a look. Let me read to you first what the Air Force says about the bodies. First of all, I'm going to read from the Introductory Space Science, Volume 2, Department of Physics, United States Air Force. This is Chapter 13, Unidentified Flying Objects. Now, this is what the Air Force has the students at the Air Force Academy read. And it says, the most commonly described alien is about 3.5 feet tall, has a round head, arms reaching to or below his knees, and is wearing a silvery spacesuit or coveralls. Other aliens appear to be essentially the same as Earthmen, while still others have particularly wide wrap-around eyes and mouths with very thin lips. And there is a rare group reported to be about 4 feet tall, weight of around 35 pounds, and covered with thick hair for clothing. Members of this last group are described as being extremely strong. Now, I'm not making this up. This is an Air Force. You can pick out an Air Force physics book and read this stuff. And at the end of the chapter, they go on to say, this leads us to believe in the unpleasant possibility of alien visitors to our planet, or at least of alien-controlled UFOs. Now, the picture that we have of the big head that the Air Force describes, this picture was drawn by an Army surgeon. These are one of the bodies that was recovered in the famous Roswell incident of 1947.
Tell us about that.
It was the first flying saucer that crashed and was recovered by the Army. It was covered up. There has been several books about it. They recovered 4 beings, and one of the surgeons that was responsible for the autopsy drew that picture and came up with some of these interesting things in the autopsy. I'll just read a couple. 3.5 to 4.5 feet tall, 2 round eyes without pupils, no earlobes, nose is vague, neck described as being thin, arms is described long and thin, reaching down to the knee section. You can see that there was a webbed portion in the hands, no teeth, no apparent reproductive organs, brain capacity unknown, colorless liquid prevalent in the body without red cells, no lymphocytes. And there's more in that particular report.
This is an autopsy report. Now, you said the government goes to great lengths, the Air Force in particular, to discredit this kind of stuff. Where did this come from? How did you get this?
That came in a private, that came from the private collection of Leonard Stringfield, who was one of the premier researchers. He worked for the Air Force in the early 50s in a secret project reporting UFOs. Then as a civilian, he continued his private research, and this is out of his collection.
Why does the government want to hide this? Why doesn't the Air Force just come forward? Why doesn't, why don't they level with us if this is all true?
Well, there's not really much they could say based on what I've been able to find out. George, they're really, what could they say about it? They've been researching it for many, many years, and based on my information, let's say that the president decided to make an announcement. This is, if he made it today, this is what I think that he would say. My fellow Americans, I come to you before you tonight with an announcement of great importance. Despite all our denials, flying saucers do in fact exist. Where they come from, we do not know. Who is in them, we do not know. Where they are from, we do not know, nor do we know how they got here or what they want. We are unable to duplicate any of the metals found on the several craft we have recovered, nor are we able to figure out how they are propelled. We have hidden these facts from you over the past 40 years in hopes that we could give you more answers. Unfortunately, we are no closer to answers today than we were 40 years ago. God bless you all.
In other words, you find it highly unlikely that the president would ever make a statement, anything like that?
No, it's just, it's too big. It's the problem is not only just the fact that there are 5 and as many as 10 different civilizations visiting us. Apparently, and this is from the research that I've done, at least 90% of them are hostile. And when I say hostile, if not hostile, they have a completely different set of morals than we do.
Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to come back to the president and aliens, because there have been some statements made by presidents, including President Reagan. We'll be right back. Welcome back. UFOs, are they real? We're talking with John Lear on the subject. Mr. Lear mentioned a couple of minutes ago about what the president might say about UFOs. Do you believe that various presidents have been informed about what you believe to be the truth on UFOs?
Each president has been informed up to and including President Reagan. I'm not sure to the extent they are informed. Privately, I don't believe they are giving the full briefing. The people that control this information is a organization that we know of as MJ-12, and they're a top group of military and scientists. And I do know that when the president becomes president, it takes at least 3 or 4 months before he actually gets the clearance to know everything there is. Now, that doesn't mean they tell him, but it does take 3 or 4 months to get. Now, talking to the president, let's talk about what the president has actually said. Has he mentioned anything about aliens?
President Reagan?
President Reagan, on December 4th, 1985, this is a copy of the speech from the White House, just before he went over to Iceland. He says, I couldn't but, one point in our discussions privately with Secretary General Gorbachev, when you stop to think that we're all God's children, wherever we may live in this world, I couldn't help but say to him, just think how easy his task and mine might be in these meetings that we held if suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species, from another planet outside in the universe. We'd forget all our local differences that we have between our countries, and we would find out once and for all that we really are all human beings here on this earth together.
He couldn't be just making a supposition for purpose of making a point? You're saying he's trying to tell us something?
Well, here, 1 week ago at the 42nd General Assembly in front of the UN, September 21st, he says, in our obsession with the antagonism of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside, universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force not already among us? Now, this is right out of a White House speech. I'm not making this up.
What did he mean by this alien force? I mean, does it say? Does he go on to say something?
Yeah, he says, what could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our people than war and the threat of war? But the point is, why would he even bring up aliens? I mean, it's pretty far out for the President of the United States to be mentioned threats from outer space.
Okay, what about President Carter?
President Carter, we have the quote from Carter when he was during his election campaign, if I become president, I'll make every piece of information this country has about UFO sightings available to the public and the scientists. I am convinced that UFOs exist because I have seen one.
Jimmy Carter says he saw one.
That's Jimmy Carter. He saw one in
So,
1973.
but he didn't tell us, did he?
He doesn't. The pressure is enormous on these people to cover this stuff up.
How can that be? Are they afraid of a panic? That people would panic?
There's the panic problem, and there's also the problem that, in fact, in Cro-Magnon man, there may have been some tinkering to make us what we are today. And that's been borne out by several researchers. We couldn't have developed exactly the missing link. Something had to happen to get us going. Between 4000 and 8000 BC, we had just been going along and for hundreds of thousand years not doing anything. All of a sudden, bang, we started making pottery, invented the wheel, invented fire, and everything took off. What was the key that did that? I don't know, but it causes one to think.
You mentioned a couple of minutes ago before the break that you think 90% of these visitors are hostile. What makes you think that?
Well,
doesn't fit with what we think of as ET, you know?
We, if you'll read several of these books that are on the newsstands, one is called Intruders, one is called Communion. They apparently come down, and when I say apparently, this is taken from 300 hypnosis cases. A friend of mine has done 140 of them. And the people are abducted, they're taken up into a saucer, usually lasts about an hour. They do all kinds of experiments, they give them shots, they poke them, they cut them, they do all kinds of things, then wipe out their memory and send them back. Only after several months of some psychological problems do they end up going to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist, on trying to find out what the problem is in the use of hypnosis finds out that this person has been abducted.
What's the reason for that? What are they trying to learn?
There's three things that they're trying to do with these abductions. The first thing is they're trying to monitor us. It started in the early 40s, and they'd put a little unit, very small BB-type object, way up in the backside of the brain, and they'd leave it there for about 18 years. They'd pick them up and put it in about 4 years old. About 12 years old, they would pick them up and monitor it. Then about 18, they'd take it out. The second thing they did is they put a post-hypnotic suggestion. According to many of the people that have been hypnotized, and we found out what they've told them, apparently within the next 2 to 5 years there is going to be a big event. Something enormous is going to happen. And these people who have been abducted, and there's probably over 100,000 of them, have been given some place to go and something to do. But under our best hypnotic techniques, we cannot find out what it is.
So how do we know that that's true?
Because they said they're going to do something. They know that they're going to do something, but under the hypnosis, they can't find out exactly what it is. And the third thing that they do is genetic experiments. They've been crossbreeding. There's a very good book out now called Intruders, written by Bud Hopkins, and it's about a crossbreeding experiment with a girl in Indianapolis. And they actually, the big head, what we call the big head in research, the little 3.5 foot tall with a big head, they crossbreed that with this girl in Indianapolis, and there were 7 children. And just last fall, before the book was published, they brought the oldest and the youngest to show to her, and they let her name all 7. Now, this book has been thoroughly researched by Bud Hopkins, and although it sounds strange, believe me when I tell you, you may not find out in a month, a year, 5 years, or 10 years, but you'll look back at what I'm telling you now, and you'll say to yourself, my gosh, the son of a gun was right.
Well, where's this girl now? She's just living on a farm?
She lives in Indianapolis. She lives in town. Is going to happen. And these people who have been abducted, and there's probably over a problem, and there's also the problem that, in fact, in Cro-Magnon man, there may have been some tinkering to make us what we are today. And that's been borne out by several researchers. We couldn't have developed exactly the missing link. Something had to happen to get us going. Between 4,000 and 8,000 BC, we had just been going along, and for hundreds of thousand years not doing anything. All of a sudden, bang, we started making pottery, invented the wheel, invented fire, and everything took off. What was the key that did that? I don't know, but it causes one to think.
You mentioned a couple of minutes ago before the break that you think 90% of these visitors are hostile. What makes you think that?
Well,
doesn't fit with what we think of as ET, you know?
If you read several of these books that are on the newsstands, one is called Intruders, one is called Communion. They apparently come down, and when I say apparently, this is taken from 300 hypnosis cases. A friend of mine has done 140 of them. And the people are abducted, they're taken up into a saucer, usually lasts about an hour. They do all kinds of experiments. They give them shots, they poke them, they cut them, they do all kinds of things, then wipe out their memory and send them back. Only after several months of some psychological problems do they end up going to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist, on trying to find out what the problem is, in the use of hypnosis, finds out that this person has been abducted.
What's the reason for that? What are they trying to learn?
There's 3 things that they're trying to do with these abductions. The first thing is they're trying to monitor us. It started in the early 40s, and they'd put a little unit, very small BB-type object, way up in the backside of the brain, and they'd leave it there for about 18 years. They'd pick them up and put it in about 4 years old. About 12 years old, they would pick them up and monitor it. Then about 18, they'd take it out. The second thing they did is they put a post-hypnotic suggestion. According to many of the people that have been hypnotized, and we found out what they've told them, apparently within the next 2 to 5 years there is going to be a big event. Something enormous is going to happen. And these people who have been abducted, and there's probably over 100,000 of them, have been given some place to go and something to do. but under our best hypnotic techniques, we cannot find out what it is.
So how do we know that that's true?
Because they said they're going to do something. They know that they're going to do something, but under the hypnosis, they can't find out exactly what it is. And the third thing that they do is genetic experiments. They've been crossbreeding. There's a very good book out now called Intruders, written by Bud Hopkins, and it's about a crossbreeding experiment with a girl in Indianapolis. And they actually, the big head, what we call the big head in research, the little 3.5 foot tall with a big head, they crossbreed that with this girl in Indianapolis, and there were 7 children. And just last fall, before the book was published, they brought the oldest and the youngest to show to her, and they let her name all 7. Now, this book has been thoroughly researched by Bud Hopkins, and although it sounds strange, believe me when I tell you, you may not find out in a month, a year, 5 years, or 10 years, but you'll look back at what I'm telling you now, and you'll say to yourself, my gosh, the son of a gun was right.
Well, where's this girl now? She's just living on a farm?
She lives in Indianapolis. She lives in town, or just outside of town. She just got married. Bud went to her wedding. We all know who she is. She gets along, just fine. It doesn't mean, just because she was adopted and gave him children doesn't mean it was the end of the world. It was just a part of her life.
Why don't we see a lot of photographic evidence, as many cameras and video gear? Why don't we see a lot of that?
There are a lot of them.
Before you go on, I know the pictures that we showed in the beginning of this program, you say they're baloney, they're phonies.
That's right. The pictures you showed at the beginning were called the Myers incident. It's called the visitors from Pleiades. And any ufologist worth his salt knows, and who has researched that case, knows that he cannot back it up with the negatives and the essential information to prove that something like that happened. So we look at that as suspect.
So in other words, you run into your share of phonies as well in your research?
Absolutely. There's not that many, but there are a few out there. There's so many people that have real stories to tell that we're just so busy with those. For instance, let's take the November 17th Japan Airlines incident.
I'll tell you what, we're going to take another break, and we'll do that when we come back. Stay with us. Welcome back. We have a few minutes left with John Lear. We're talking about UFOs. You're about to tell me about the Japanese airline incident. It's probably something that's still in the memory of our viewers.
Yeah, the Japanese airline incident was a cargo 747 that had taken off from Iceland flying to Anchorage. And as he passed over the United States border and the northern part of Anchorage, he was intercepted by a UFO that was twice the size of an aircraft carrier, and he was followed by 40 minutes. He made a complete 360-degree right turn. He made a descent of 5,000 feet, and the thing stayed with him. Regardless of what you hear, the FAA did have him on radar, and so did the Air Force. If you have a picture there, this is a 26-page document made by Bruce Maccabee, who's a physicist employed by the Naval Surface Weapons Laboratory. and one of the most respected figures in ufology.
I don't think we have that picture, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to hold it up here, and you can see the size of the 747 to the UFO. Now, the UFO was not brightly lit like that. It's just made like that for reference. It was dark, but this is what he saw beside him.
Well, whose rendition is this?
This is the captain's. This is from the captain's rendition when he was debriefed by the FAA. Now, certain UFO debunkers have said what he saw was the planet Jupiter. Well, this is an insult to all transport category captains around the world. I mean, the guy knows the difference between something that's twice as big as an aircraft carrier and the planet Jupiter.
I've also heard that it's the reflection of his own plane.
What, the radar?
Yeah,
that was an attempt to describe it. You can't imagine what pressure these people are under to cover this stuff up. It's tremendous pressure. It really is.
Okay. You were going to tell me that the church, did you want to go further into the JAL incident?
No, I just want to say that's a 26-page report. It had the captain and the ATC conversation. It had the radar plots, and it had the Air Force plots and the FAA radar plots. There was no question about it.
You want to tell
the
me?
thing followed him.
The church, what do they think about UFOs?
Well, here's a copy from the London Evening News, July 21st, 1987. And it says, "Prepare to meet thine aliens. Vatican theologians have acknowledged that there could be life on other planets. Now they plan to train missionaries capable of working in space and meeting aliens. Jesuit scientists at the Vatican Observatory in Frascati near Rome have reported moving lights and other identified phenomena in the sky. Starting in September, the Vatican University will have a special UFO section."
You've said before you thought a lot of their intentions were hostile, and you've mentioned before that a lot of the sightings are around military bases. Why don't we see them here, Las Vegas? We got a lot of military bases here.
Well, in fact, there have been a lot of reports of UFOs in and around Las Vegas, not specifically over the Air Force bases. We have the test site, and of course we don't know what's going on there, and we have Nellis Air Force Base, but there have not really been a lot of sightings over there. The main Air Force sightings were in 1975, and the UFOs descended on every Strategic Air Command base guarding the perimeter of the northern United States. And they hovered over the nuclear weapons storage area, and they stayed there with impunity for up to 2 and 3 hours over a period of 3 days.
And nobody heard about it?
Well, there was a few reports, but you really don't. I have a report 150 pages long of the F-106s that were sent out to chase them, and the helicopters, and notifying the Canadian authorities, and the security patrolmen that were sent down to actually see what was going on, and they'd come up on these things, and they'd say, "I'm not going any further."
You think maybe it's a top secret area? If the Air Force actually does have them, maybe they got him here?
I'm certain they do. Up at the test site, there's a report that of the 3 that they got in perfectly good condition, at least 1 is up at the test site and has flown, and 1 was being flown as of 1981.
By us?
By us, yeah.
We mentioned at the top of the show that perhaps a breakthrough might be coming, that some of these people from MJ-12 or from the Project Blue Book who are in on the government's research and who saw some of this stuff might be ready to talk. We got about a minute left. Why don't you tell me about that?
It's our information that part of MJ-12 wants to release it, part of it doesn't. We're hoping that we can do this, but of course, as researchers, we're not aware of all the ramifications. We just know of what we're looking at. So we would like to see them release it, but we really don't know if they are.
Okay, John Lear, it's been very interesting. You keep us posted.
Sure will.
Thank you. We'll see you next week with more of On the Record.
I'm Tim Ventura, and we're joined today by Frank Milburn, a former UK Defence Intelligence Officer and Army paratrooper with over 23 years of experience producing threat and risk assessments for clients operating in hostile environments from North Africa to ME, Iraq, and LATAM. His experience includes providing strategic and operational assessments of prevailing business environments for extractive industries, as well as a variety of Fortune 500, aerospace, and government clients. Frank is an alumnus of the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst and the London School of Economics. He's written peer-reviewed papers for a number of globally ranked think tanks, including the Middle East Economic Survey, Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, and the Institute for National Security Studies at Tel Aviv University. He's an affiliated researcher with the Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies at Bar Ilan University, and he's a member of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. Well, so let's get into your papers on UAPs, because that's our focus today. So again, you've written two of them, the Pentagon's UAP Task Force and American Development of UAP Technology, a fait accompli. So this is an area that you've really focused your studies on for several years now. So I wanted to touch on where you currently stand on the UAP issue.
Well, I mean, in a nutshell, I'm as perplexed as ever. But I mean, the focus on this paper was on the technology behind UAP, you know, what we understood about, what we understand about it, and also, you know, really kind of the strategic military implications of it. And I mean, there was a reason for that as well, a rationale. I mean, I was writing for the Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies, and you know, that what it says on the tin is what it does. You know, it's a strategic studies institute. So I had to really, you know, focus it on the strategic aspects of it, really to get interest and buy-in from the center to publish it. You know, I couldn't kind of go like sort of too woo on it. I mean, where I stand now on UAP, I've got a lot more into, you know, the kind of the consciousness aspect of it, and the more of the sort of, you know, weird and wonderful and high strangeness of it, especially you know, talking to people like Colonel John Alexander. I touched on Skinwalker, you know, some of the phenomena there, you know, like in my first paper. But I think since the Lukatsky and George Knapp book came out, you know, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, that really kind of piqued my interest again to look again at, you know, the kind of the more high strangeness aspects of UAP and the phenomena associated with it. So, you know, we're not just talking nuts and bolts UAP, but, you know, the cryptids and the portals, and, you know, all those kind of strange phenomena, the cattle mutilations, all that kind of weird stuff that's been going on at Skinwalker. So I am as perplexed as ever as to, you know, what the intelligences are behind UAP, and I don't understand necessarily how, you know, all the different phenomena kind of blend together. But I've moved more in that direction. The strategic aspects, you know, studies side of it, yeah, I'm still very much interested in that, especially with, you know, near-peer competition, you know, from China, what Russia's doing in Ukraine. So obviously, that's still you know, a major focus of my interest. It's like, you know, how far is America progressing with the technology, or has progressed the technology, and what Russia's doing in Ukraine. So obviously, that's still you know, a major focus of my interest. It's like, you know, how far is America progressing with the technology, or has progressed the technology, and what are the interests of other major powers, you know, in the technologies behind the nuts and bolts aspects of the UAP as we understand it. But that's really where I am today.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot there. You know, your first paper there, the Pentagon's UAP Task Force, that one blew me away. I mean, you combine this literature survey with this fact analysis and then strategic threat analysis, and the way that you drilled down and just unraveled, I guess, not only the phenomena itself, but also the narratives that were involved with it was just absolutely amazing. So I wanted to ask, I mean, since you've been covering that so effectively, how has the official government threat narrative evolved over the last 2 decades on this?
Well, I think it depends, you know, which government you're talking to. If you're talking the UK government, just let me pull it up here. If you're talking the UK government, they were very much, well, I'd say way ahead. Compare what I'm going to say with what the ODNI report produced. I mean, they said that the UK government said in 2000 in Project Condign that UAP exists, is indisputable, right? So they're saying it's indisputable. And then they talk about the ability to hover, take off, accelerate, exceptional velocities, vanish. And then they say they exhibit the aerodynamic characteristics that are well beyond those of any known aircraft or missile, either manned or unmanned. So, but at the same time, I mean, that report was flawed in that they didn't. The guy who was writing it was an expert. He was a former air crew. He was also a radar expert. But the overall thrust of the report, it said, well, it's of no intelligent significance because these UAP haven't presented. We don't assess that they presented a threat to the national interest of the UK. But at the same time, they're saying that the technologies are absolutely phenomenal and very, very interesting and have novel applications for radar decoys amongst others. And also they say that like the Russians and other countries are interested in it, that the Russians definitely considered UAP a threat. And then they also say in the report, on no account should aircraft attempt to outmaneuver UAP. So I mean that's very interesting. They say don't mess with them. But they actually, in terms of what they actually give in terms of a sort of a threat assessment. So then when they're talking about threat assessment, and what you need to do is you need to compare this to what we've been told by the American government thus far, right? So the Brits are saying that they would consider UAP to be a threat if a controlled, unidentified UAP can enter, basically the UK air defense region with hostile intent in either peace, crisis, or war. So you still have to decide, what is hostile intent there. Also be considered a threat if it could cause harm in terms of physical effects, electronic effects, if there's an air hazard or air collision risk, or also the potential to damage civilian air traffic. And then the other thing that they would look at in terms of threat is if objects within UK airspace were found to be hostile if challenged and invulnerable to radar tracking and could outmaneuver airborne and ground-based defenses. And then the last kind of parameter that they look at is, they said, could controlled objects enter the UK air defense region and obtain, electronic intelligence, communications intelligence, SIGINT, ELINT, etc. So I think that's quite interesting if you compare that to what we've been told by, official American sources. But then I'm going to have to say that the UK Condign report had said, well, there was never an attempted intercept in the UK. Well, we know that that's wrong because in the historical record, there were, incidents in the 1950s where they tried to intercept UAP. I mean, very, very interesting. I don't think the guy who wrote it, he didn't have access, I think, to all the files and like all the cases. So I think that's where, the difference is and why maybe they would reconsider, the threat aspect, because it is a secret marked paper. Yeah, it's classified secret. So I don't think he had access, to all of it. And I think the thrust of it was really they just wanted to get like the UAP issue kind of like, out of their hair effectively. So they wouldn't have to keep on, answering questions to Parliament, answering questions to the public, et cetera, So I think it was more about, getting rid of the UAP problem that they had to deal with administratively than it was about actually assessing whether there was, a hostile intent from UAP or a threat to, the UK air defense region. Sort of in a nutshell. I mean, if you look at what the Americans say in the classified report, and so I got a copy of that.
Well, so yeah, in the U.S. now, what they've talked about is signature management, right? And they've talked about evasive maneuvers. We have there are all sorts of data, I guess, that's coming out. I did an interview with Gary Voorhees a couple of weeks ago where he talked about basically sighting these things through binoculars. They would take radar tracks and he would do visual observations of these based on that. So there's a lot of data that's coming out there. But I mean, you've got, as you guys have analyzed from the SCU, you have performance that's absolutely astonishing. I mean, these things are pulling hundreds of Gs, it appears. There's reports that it was setting off anti-ballistic missile defense radar in space, before descending to the ground. So it appears that these things are doing a lot of those, I guess, telltale signs that the UK was saying might be hostile behaviors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the classified report from ODNI, it says UAP clearly pose a safety of flight issue and may pose a challenge to US national security, right? But if we look at actually sort of what UAP have done recently, yeah, so, you know, UAP, they've repeatedly, this is since 1945, right? 1944, 45. So UAP, they've repeatedly overflown sensitive military facilities and restricted airspace, including nuclear processing facilities, reactors, assembly plants, and also ballistic missile sites. Okay, so they've also repeatedly probed weapon storage areas with beams of light. I've just finished reading again the Great Hastings book, UFOs and nukes. So whether it's in the US or whether it's you know, in the UK, you know, UAP seem to have an inordinate amount of interest in nuclear weapon storage areas. UAP have also taken control of nuclear missiles and disabled them. They've remotely taken control of nuclear missiles and also initiated them, as in, you know, the former USSR. And UAP have destroyed at least one, you know, dummy nuclear missile in flight. UAP have also repeatedly operated around, you know, nuclear assets as found in, you know, carrier strike groups, whether, you know, it's the, you know, the carrier itself or the subs. They've repeatedly interfered with military communications. They've repeatedly interfered with military avionics, jamming radars, disabling weapon systems. Okay, the 1976 Tehran case is a prime example of that. And, you know, since 1945, they've repeatedly engaged in kind of dogfights or aggressive maneuvering with fighters. And also UAP, we know that they've caused injury to military pilots as well.
Well, so how do you foresee, how do you assess their motivations, I guess, with regards to humans and the major military powers? I mean, the motivations seem mixed. There definitely appears to be some kind of an interest in our nuclear assets. This is something that I also took away from the Hastings book. Going back to 1945, this goes back to Hanford. I think that was one of the initial sightings. And these things seem to have had a continued interest in nukes, although it doesn't appear to be aggressive. It appears to be more of just kind of a probing and understanding and tracking them. So how do you see the motivations here?
Well, very, very difficult to understand them. I mean, it might be beyond our capability to understand, but I think there are some takeaways that you can draw. I mean, in the ODNI's executive summary, right, they say the limited amount of high quality reporting on UAP hampers our ability to draw firm conclusions about the nature of intent of UAP. But, you know, if we're talking in nuke terms, I would say, well, if you had your missiles shot down or your missiles initiated, right, like launch systems sequence initiated, I mean, that would be a hostile act if there were a craft with, you know, Russian red stars or Chinese red stars on the side, and they were the ones doing the initiation or shutting down the nukes. There wouldn't be any question that was a threat. And I think even in the most sort of optimistic scenario, that intelligence behind UAP do not wish us harm, and there's seems to be a wide range of different intelligences based on the different craft. So even if you say they don't wish us harm, and they want, you know, human beings to get rid of nukes, this is still indicative of a highly unequal relationship in military strategic terms. I mean, to me, it's like a capability demonstration. It's also as well the way that they've approached sort of nuke sites, weapon storage areas. You know, the way they behave is very similar to how major military powers, you know, on the earth would go about carrying out, you know, surveillance, targeting, and reconnaissance. And I ask myself, I mean, you know, I ask myself this question: if they, whoever they are, if they're so concerned about our use of nukes, then, you know, why didn't they stop Hiroshima and Nagasaki from happening? You know, why didn't they stop the 2,056 nuclear tests since 1945, and of which I think 428 were atmospheric and 1,528 were underground? So why didn't they stop those? Why didn't they assist during the Fukushima disaster, the 3 Mile Island disaster, or Chernobyl? Why aren't they doing something about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in Ukraine right now, which has been threatened by conflict between the Ukrainians and the Russians? So those are questions that I ask myself.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're sending a message, and to be honest, it sounds like a warning. They're saying we can operate with impunity, right? That's basically what it's saying.
To me, it looks like a demonstration. I mean, it's a demonstration of capabilities, and I mean, you could argue that, you know, was it the 1964 case when they were testing that missile from Vandenberg Air Force Base, and it got shot down. Basically, it's the one with the UAP is zipping around the missile while it's in flight, firing beams of light at it. I mean, that's a firepower demonstration, right? They're using directed energy weapons to take out a military asset. That's a firepower demonstration. Now, I'm not saying UAP are demonstrating hostile intent in all situations. I think, you know, for specific incidents, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. But based on the data that we do have and what we have seen since 1945, there has been some either very aggressive intent on the part of UAP in terms of our assets, or else, you know, complete kind of disregard. I mean, if you look at the Tehran case, 1976, the pilot, the Phantom, second Phantom that went up to intercept the UAP. So the UAP fires or it doesn't fire, but, you know, some kind of object attaches from the UAP at high speed. The weapon system goes offline. The communications, both the intercom and the and comms back to their base, goes offline. So the pilot has to scream at his backseater. They're absolutely terrified. They've got this bright kind of object which is streaking towards them, which they're trying to outmaneuver. So, and also, if you look in the context of Iran at that time, I mean, that was you know, at the height of the Cold War, 1976, and that whole border between the former Soviet Union and Iran was like heavily militarized. And there would have been a huge amount of you know, electronic intelligence and communications intelligence, SIGINT basically. There would have been, you know, the whole place would have been lit up like a Christmas tree in terms of RF. So I have to ask myself, well, you know, why would UAP insert themselves into that situation where they know that, you know, humans are inherently hostile on a highly militarized border at times of great tension?
Well, I mean, but they tend to do that over and over again, right? I mean, you look at the Nimitz and the other training missions. These are all highly militarized. These are all crowded airspace, lots of radar, lots of electronic, you know, apparatus going on. I mean, so they're right in the middle of it, right? Quite often.
Yeah, and I don't know for sure, but I'd have to assess, you know, the way that they can accelerate, the way that, you know, the speeds that they can move at, the fact that they can go from like, you know, low Earth orbit to, you know, just above, like, you know, the surface of the ocean in a matter of seconds. So they must have capabilities for knowing where they are, sensors for knowing where they are in time and space, just like aircraft have altimeters and you know, GPS and all the rest of it. So you'd have to assume that they understand the environment that they're in, just because they have to get from A to B at speed, right? So they don't want to collide with things, etc. And also I'd ask myself, well, you know, I had that section in my first paper, and I called it Intent to Deceive. And it was about, you know, the Hudson River Valley, right, in New York. And you know, the reports of these UAP, which were basically trying to mimic commercial aircraft, whether it was helicopters, whether it was airliners, and, you know, like physically changing, like physically morphing. Some believe it's mechanically. If you talk to Jack Sarfati, he says no, it's an effect of the gravity lensing that looks like it's shape shifting. But they were reproducing like reverse Doppler sounds. They were trying to mimic the sounds of conventional aircraft, whether it were helicopters, rotary aircraft, or fixed wing jets. But they couldn't quite mimic, you know, the sounds correctly. So that was an intent to deceive. Why would you want to hide, you know, your activities unless you've got something to hide? So. Yeah. That's the other question. I'm not saying that it's with malign intent, but it is an intent to deceive.
Well, so how do you foresee the emerging threat from China, in particular with regards to the UAP and the 5 observable technologies? That was something I wanted to kind of touch on, I guess. How does China fit into this, and you know, where are things going, I guess, from that perspective?
Well, I think China is definitely interested in it. We know that they're interested in it both on a civilian level and also on, you know, sort of a national, you know, military level. I would posit, I mean, I did in my first paper, that, you know, this would be a technology just as, you know, Dr. Eric Davis and you know, ORSAP were doing the DIRDs and basically seeing, you know, where America could be by 2040. Well, by 2040, that's where the Chinese, they want to be the preeminent you know, military, technological, and an economic power in the world. So you can bet your bottom dollar or pound sterling or euro that if the Americans are looking at these technologies, which are basically game changing, you know, next generation, it's beyond next generation tech that will give anybody in possession of, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 of the observables, you know, unrivaled mastery in military strategic terms. You can bet that the Chinese will want that. I mean, they're doing that in every other technology, whether it's, you know, quantum computing, robotics, you know, artificial intelligence, you know, hypersonic missiles, you know, across the board. The Chinese are investing, you know, high tech and want to get ahead. And that's why they have, you know, so many researchers at Western universities precisely to kind of, you know, obtain that information, whether by whether through genuine academic endeavors or whether through espionage. And we know that they have a massive, massive espionage effort. You only have to look at the amount of new cases that the FBI, counterintelligence, open up. I think every 7 hours they open up like a new case into Chinese espionage. And hey, look, everybody engages in espionage, but the Chinese have just taken it to the next level. I don't think that they have 5 observables as yet, judging by their sort of latest stealth aircraft, which look like kind of a mix between a rip-off from a Russian aircraft and also the Lockheed Martin's F-35 and F-22.
Yeah. Well, and if I could jump in really quick, one of the things that I understand also is, China is struggling with a lot of the fundamentals, right? Like their jet engine technology is apparently decades behind US technology. And so the takeaway that I've had is that basically Chinese, especially Chinese fighter jets look more advanced than they actually are, I guess, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding, is that they're like their Chengdu fighter. They've either got their stealth fighters, they've got a couple, they either use a Russian engine, right, an earlier Russian engine, or they use a Chinese knockoff of a 1980s Russian engine. So the vehicle is underpowered, and it's not true stealth because it doesn't have like the sort of like the noise reduction and the IR reduction, and it doesn't have the power of say the engines that power F-35 and F-22. And common misconception about stealth is making it invisible to radar. No, it's making it much harder for specific enemy radars to target you. But they're using basically inferior engines, so that makes me doubt that they've got anything more sophisticated. But hey, I could be wrong. But I think that if the Chinese did have anything approaching 5 observable tech, and even if they had 2 or 3 of the observables, I mean, we know that they've got hypersonics, we know they've got lower observability because of their stealth efforts. But if they had that kind of that next generation tech, I mean, they'd already be in Taiwan, and Russia wouldn't be performing so poorly in Ukraine. So I don't think the Russians have it either, because otherwise you wouldn't have these pictures of Russian ground attack aircraft flying along, with your Garmin commercial GPS right on the dash. So.
Well, yeah, no, I think that's an excellent point, right? Is that we've seen with regards to overflights into Taiwan airspace, and in Russia, right, with the Ukraine war, we're starting to see the capabilities, the modern military capabilities of both of these nations, and it's nowhere near what has been reported and documented in terms of UAPs. So and that's not to be negative or critical against either nation, but they're very conventional, right? They're conventional in 21st century terms. So
and I mean, sorry, yeah, and they, I mean, the Chinese have their military technology has come along exponentially, partly because one, the Chinese are they're very industrious and clever people. Okay. Secondly, they've poured billions and billions into it. They're very highly motivated, and also as well, they've ripped off a lot because why bother to reinvent the wheel when you can rip it off? And they have their military in terms of quantity and quality. I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal how much the Chinese military has changed since 1991. They got a massive shock when they saw the Americans roll and the coalition force when they saw them roll into Iraq in 1991, and they thought, hang on, the Iraqis are using a lot of the same kit that we have, similar kind of Soviet era kit, and we really need to up our game.
Yeah. Well, so I guess one of the other possible suspects here is the U.S. government, which is either working on or has these 5 observable technologies. Now, do you think that this is something that's come out of U.S. black projects? And if so, is this something that we're still kind of, I guess, keeping in the dark, so to speak, so that other nations don't see our capabilities?
Well, I find it, on the one hand, I find it very difficult to believe because, if you're going back, to the 1950s or the 1940s, or you're even going back to, the sighted black triangles in the 1890s, right? That was a long time before Lockheed Martin and Skunk Works. And, the US Air Force didn't even exist at that time. I think, from what I understand from scientists and people that I speak to, the Americans, they've got, the hypersonic velocity down, not the instant acceleration, but they've got the hypersonic velocity down. They've got the signature reduction, the signature management and stealth. But and also, I mean, you could argue transmedium as well, because they have craft that, operate in the air and also operate in space. But I mean, you could argue that the space shuttle was transmedium, right?
Yeah.
And it came down from space and then flew to the ground. But I don't think people say, oh, that the Americans had this technology since the 1950s and 1960s. Okay, then why didn't they use it in the Vietnam War? Why didn't they use it in why didn't they use it in the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War? I mean, even the stealth fighter, the F-117A. I mean, that was, I think, the first flight. It debuted in 1977. But that didn't make an appearance until 1991. The fact is, you use these technologies when you need them. And I'd argue that now America is weaker. Its economic and military and technological strength, and also diplomatic strength as well, you could argue, has it's never been so diminished since World War II. From World War II, when it was absolutely undisputed, 1989, it was undisputed that when the former Soviet Union collapsed, that America was the undisputed military, economic, and technological power on earth. But now you could argue, with advances in Chinese tech and also some advances in Russian tech, that that's being severely challenged. America's being severely challenged on a lot of fronts.
Yeah.
So I would argue that now would be the time that you'd want to be rolling these things out, and you'd want to have them in deployable squadrons in case China wants to go across the water to Taiwan, because compared to 20 years ago, where the balance of power, the balance of military power in that Pacific theater was in the South China Sea and the area around there was in favor of the Americans. Now, arguably, in terms of numbers, it's in favor of the Chinese. So, and it only takes the Chinese. What keeps them out of Taiwan is that they don't believe 2 things. One, they don't believe that they can capture it. They have to believe that they can capture it, and they have to believe that they can deter the Americans and allies from intervening, right? So those are 2 successful ingredients for a successful invasion of Taiwan, apart from the actual fighting to get there. So once they stop believing that the Americans will provide an effective deterrent, then they'll go for it. So I would argue that America probably needs these kind of technologies now more than ever.
Well, it is interesting. Now, in regards to Taiwan, I think there's another factor as well, and that's potential economic disruption, right? And so you've got shipping, but you also have this web of corporate and business interests between mainland China and Taiwan, right? So one example for me is TMSC, Taiwan Semiconductor. They make most of the world's RAM. Now, they make that on mainland China. Their headquarters is in Taiwan. And so if China does invade Taiwan, then you've got this massive economic disruption. And ultimately, that costs them money, as well as slowing down the world's tech supply chains.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, it would completely hammer the world economy and hammer supply chains. It will completely disrupt supply chains. So it would affect China very badly as well. I mean, you know, if they're going to go into Taiwan, that they want to keep all those kind of, you know, facilities intact, right? They don't want to like destroy the place. The Chinese are smart. I mean, it's not like the Russians rolling through Ukraine and it's like, great, we're going to take back the Donbass, but you know, once you take it back, it's just like a pile of smoking rubble. I don't think the Chinese want that at all.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Well, so you had a couple of the talking points I wanted to touch on here, but so one of them was free energy. Would free energy really be free, and what are the potential upsides and downsides?
Yeah, well, I don't think it would be free. I mean, we pay for everything else, right? So we pay for food. You pay for clean air, because if you want to, like, you know, live somewhere with clean air, you've got to basically get out of the city and go somewhere else. You know, you pay for your water, you pay for your electricity, your power. I think just as you know, some of the, you know, the large, you know, the oil majors are moving into like renewables, and they've got the money to invest in renewables, that they would, you know, they would basically control free energy as well. I don't think free energy would be free. Nothing's ever free. It would be nice.
No, I'm
nice,
right there with
ideally,
you.
you know, if every poor Indian village and, you know, every poor village in Brazil and every other, you know, country, if they could have you know, a free energy device that gave them you know, free energy at a very low cost. But I just don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening.
No, well, it's interesting. Yeah, you know, so my